What's up? What's up? What's up? Did you guys hear that? Happy Sunday. I hope you guys are well. I got a couple disclaimers before the show. Can I get a thumbs up in the chat and you guys could hear me okay? If you heard that little intro there. DJ Pedro. All right. Why'd you cut it off? That's my jam. If y'all don't know, I'm a big hip hop fan. Kendrick Lamar, that album. It's the album of the year for 2022. Anyways, was it 2023 when that came out? 2022. I think so. Yeah. Couple disclaimers. We got a thumbs up yet in the chat? Okay, we good. Everybody, I appreciate y'all. I'll see who's in here in a moment. Last week's show was crazy. There's parts of me that was proud of it, parts of me that was not proud of it, because that's not what we should be doing, in my opinion, mostly in this community. But this year in the geek community has been tough for a lot of us. A lot of us have made less money. Some have made more, maybe, but it's been a struggle. People are struggling. So, and I've struggled, not necessarily in the geek community, but personally, and other things have happened. If you know about this channel, the things we've been through just in the last couple of months. Some of you know me personally, and it's been a crazy ride this year. It just has. I share a lot with you guys, and I'm really happy to do that. Right? Have no problem with that. Take a lot of shots, man. A lot of people make videos. A lot of people ride my nuts. NUTZ. They just do. They make videos. They attribute. A lot of content creators. Some that are here now, they ride and they clout chase. And they say they don't, but they do. So tonight, we're going to be talking about, and the reason I'm doing this is because sometimes you have to take a step back to move forward. When I started this year, January 2023, I said, hey, I'm going to be positive, give you guys factual information. And for the most part, I've done that, but I haven't done that enough or all the time. But I'm flawed. I am a man. I will make mistakes. So October 1st is a big day for me because that's when I will be able to reapply for monetization. I made basically 2 mistakes with a video or short, and I learned my lesson. I've been very transparent about that, and it is what it is. I accepted blame. But until then, this is the Pedro you might get sometimes. I can be kind of petty. I can be. I'm a mix of a lot of different. I'm a different kind of dude. But when I see people lying, manipulating, and giving out fake news, and pretending like they're helping people, I have an issue with it. And I'm going to expose some individuals tonight. And we're going to talk about some DoorDash topics as well. But I feel like I have a responsibility to myself to take a step back sometimes, because I do want to move forward with things. And you can't let things fester. You have to deal with it head on. I've learned as a man, I've learned that mistake. As a driver, I've learned it. You got to attack it head on, because if you allow things to just settle, you can't really move forward. And this is just like last week's. This is going to be some lives here. And then once we hit October 1st, I'm done with it, because I got other business things to think about. But I'm going to share with you guys some things so you guys we have to draw lines in the sand. Too many people, I think they're like, oh, I want to be cool with this person. I want to do that. Do what you want, but you have to understand the truth. And this is a channel you're going to get that from. You've always gotten that. And I ignore 90% of the things that are said about me, but sometimes you need to expose individuals for who they are. And either they clout chase and are lying to you for clicks and views, which is YouTube. This is entertainment. We're going to be entertained tonight. And this won't be the last time. It is YouTube. But I also want to talk about mental health. We can get vulnerable if we want to tonight. Because I think there are some people that I have true empathy for, because they have some real mental health issues and they're masking it behind the camera and the YouTube channel. Tonight's going to get spicy. It is what it is. I feel like every once in a while I can drop a live like this or a video, because there's literally been about 1,000 made about me. So if I do back-to-back Sundays addressing some clowns, you can hate me if you want, but I will always keep it real with you guys. We're going to expose some individuals tonight, and then you can decide what you want to do and who you want to watch and who you want to get information from. But I bring receipts. I bring facts to back up my stuff. Unless you have that, you have nothing. You just have you have an opinion. You have a thought. You have a very ignorant, unintelligent mindset. And I will expose individuals. You want to talk about me? Listen, you fucked with the wrong individual and you picked the wrong time, because the last couple of months has been a roller coaster for me. There's been a lot of things, and I am not the individual that should be toyed with numerous times. You're messing with the wrong guy. You guys have to tread lightly, please, please. I'm a little crazy on one end, but I'm also very smart on the other. It's a bad mix. And some of you guys have got to have receipts, because I'm going to show some tonight. We have to do better as a community, and I'm not proud, but sometimes you got to take a step back if you want to move forward. I'm all about leveling up and moving forward, but sometimes you got people behind you trying to get at you. I'm going to stop. I'm going to turn around, and I'm going to address those people, whether they're mentally challenged, which is a real thing. I think some people are, or they are just clout chasing, riding a wave. I'm going to allow your 15 minutes to continue. I'm going to extend it for you for a little while. You're welcome. You're going to continue to get a little bit of stuff, but in the long run, that stuff always is exposed and revealed, and people might watch it here and there, and then they're just going to laugh at you, and then they stop because they'll find somebody else. That's the show tonight. Who do we have here with us? I see Gigan, Brandon, Seth, Charlene. I see Cray Cray, Bud Soda, Jeff. What's up? What's up? Who else we got in here? I saw Ann Margaret earlier. Jammin' Gig Mom, Quan K, Kevin, JS Investing, Bigfoot Killer, Cloud, Lee's Delivers, always a pleasure. Dad Dash, what's up? What's up? Bobby, what's up? What's up? I think I've gotten, those are some of the people I've seen here. Yost, Chris Boy, what's up? What's up? From Australia, Dash and Donnie, what's up? Kelvin, Juice Ghost, what's up? What's up? Brandy, what's up? What's up? Briz Map, what's up? Sarah Kesson, always good to see you. Adam, I don't know what's with the Ann Margaret. That's UDM if you guys don't know. But oh, hold up. Dash and Trader FDA. What's up? What's up? All right, Tony the Driven Dad. What's up? Always good. Nomadic, always a pleasure. Hope you're feeling and doing well, you and your girls. Vartan, what's up? What's up? All right. That's enough. So I hope you can respect what I'm doing and what I'm saying here, because I've let a lot of shit go. I've also made a lot of mistakes on YouTube and in life in general, but I've let a lot go in the last year, and it's been a tough year, man. It's been highs and lows. This year's been a roller coaster ride unlike any other. I've been on some roller coasters in my life. This year's just been weird, because some really good highs, some really great things I'm proud of on here, but then with my family, that's the number one. But we've also had some crazy things happen. It's just been a weird year. So the people that fuel me are you guys. It makes me want to make a video every day, even when I'm not monetized. But then also it's the individuals that really want attention, and I'm going to give them that a little bit. I've thought long and hard, hey, what's tonight's topic? And yesterday I saw something, because 6 people sent me a video. And last week when I unblocked individuals, I unblocked like 40 people, and everybody's unblocked. Don't block people tonight unless they're saying something hateful or racist or prejudice, or they're spamming with links. Otherwise, if they have an opinion about me or about you, let it go. Okay, it's cool. But I've let a lot of stuff go. 6 people, different individuals, sent me this video. We're going to play a little bit of a clip here, and I'm going to react to it, because I think this individual has mental health issues, and I take that seriously, but I think they do. But also, they say they're reporting the news while lying to you guys. So I feel like this person wants my attention. I'm going to give it to you for a little while. You can actually join the link as well, because I will embarrass you tonight if you want to come up, and I will continually to make the decline of your channel, because your channel is very insignificant. Like I said, this isn't my proudest moments on YouTube, but I have to take a step back sometimes if you want to move forward. October 1st, I'm moving forward. I hope you guys can understand that. Let's get to the clip. And I know I'm sure these individuals, so just so we're clear, because I'm not playing the games anymore. I'm just not. I have nothing to lose at this point. We're talking about Hot Facts with Robert Reese, Coach Eli, which he's been riding my dick for about 1.5 years. I mean, just crazy. It's crazy. And Jeff Thomas Black, still waiting on you, sir. Those are the 3 gentlemen I attributed. And actually, Richard Sin City Deliveries. So if he sees this, he can come up and explain himself as well. I really don't have an issue with him, but I think a lot of you guys do, and that's the cause of some things. So if he wants to come up tonight, the StreamYard will be shared momentarily. But those 3 individuals I mentioned made videos this week, and they all lied about things I've done, and they lied to the community. But these are the gentlemen sitting at the lunch table saying, "We're the truth, and they're literally lying in every video that I've seen of them. One individual put my girlfriend and my family's name in his mouth. I don't appreciate that. He said I was lying about something that happened to my family so that I can get money from you guys. I'm going to expose these gentlemen because they're trash individuals. And any of them can come up if they've got the balls to go toe-to-toe to me on YouTube. I don't think you do. You can if you want, but you're fucking with the wrong dude. Let's play this clip. You guys ready? I know he's watching. He's sitting in his car with his wife. I mean, you should be ashamed you married to a man like this. I said that out loud. I'm not going to take it back. Let's watch this video. If you guys can't hear it, let me know in the chat. You should be able to. We're going to play it. We're going to respond to these liars, because like I said, I got nothing to lose at this point. I'm going to take a step back because I'm going to move forward. The lying will stop. Okay, let's see. Let's read the chat. Ooh, tough guy. Ooh, Dustin, what's up? I unblocked you. How you doing, Dustin? Let's see. Yes, that's make angry. Yeah. I'm not a tough guy, but I will expose the liars and the frauds. What's up, Yos? Yeah, let me see. Any spicy comments before I play this video? Let's see. Let's go. Oh, brother, you wasting on baby. Yeah. Oh, always cherry pick is in here. How you doing? I unblocked you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Let's read some comments. If needed, call the police. Nobody's calling the police. Y'all want to smoke? You got to smoke. You fucked with the wrong dude. All right. Involving your kid isn't cool. Yeah. All right. Let's see what else. Anybody else got something smart to say? Listen, this is you're gonna get these from now until October 1st, because this is how I'm feeling. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Yeah. All right, y'all get the popcorn. You ready? Okay. Cuss like a pro. Oh, what's up, No Face? All the trolls are here tonight. All the trolls and the haters and the people that want attention are here, and you guys are gonna get it because I think you need hugs. Let's all look in the mirror and give ourselves a self hug. You guys ready? All right. Okay. Let's pop this up for you guys real quick. So this is the dude right here that made a video lying about me. And he said, here, look at him. Look at this guy. Remember him? He was on my show. I brought him on here when he had like 40 subscribers. I love everybody. And once I get to know who you are as a man, I don't really fuck with you anymore, right? And some might even say that about me, which is fine. But this individual right here, I did a video about the Instacart order. Most of you guys if you're here, you probably watched that video. It was an order that I didn't take. And I made a video. Man, this customer should be slapped in the face. 228 units. They left a $2 tip. This is crazy. And so let's watch him react to that. This was a video that was sent to me by 6 different people. And he attributes me in every video because he wants my attention. He loves me. Like many of you trolls in here, you guys love me so much. You guys paid for this house, so I appreciate you guys very much. I'm spicy tonight. Okay. So let's play this real quick. Oh, hold on. Damn. Hold on. Oh, man. I don't have it queued up right now. Oh, my God. Hold on. Bear with me. It's going to get good. Don't worry. Let me close that. Oh, no. I thought I hit the right button, but I didn't. Okay. Give me a second. God, this light I have on like blinds me. I can't see my screen. That's part of the issue. God damn it. Oh, my God. I can't see the screen. Okay, there it is. Okay. Can you guys give me a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear this? Let's let him talk. Let's give Robert his 15 minutes. He really needs it.
Out there. Let's start off with this slap heard around the world that this customer so-called deserved. You guys see my thumbnail. It's got Pedro there. Okay. It's got Pedro there. It's got it's got the Instacart order. You see it says 200 and something items, which means that you as the driver have to accept that, which means he was doing it for content. Which
let's pause that. Can you guys hear me? I want to make sure you're good. You know you can hear him. Can you hear me right now? Give me a thumbs up in the chat real quick before I go on and bury this dude. Okay, cool. Thank you, EDM. So he just said that I took that order, because on Instacart you have to accept an order to see the units. That's a lie. So that's one unintelligent thing he said so far. Let's continue.
Which means he was playing a way to go ahead and get you guys to watch that thing right there.
So he's saying that I did it for entertainment, which isn't true. Go ahead. I didn't take the order. Let's continue. We're gonna bury this dude tonight because he's been riding my dick for 2 years.
But we're gonna break this down. I'm not gonna show that trash video on Hot Facts, which is why that trash can is there. I'm not gonna show it. I'm just gonna react to it.
He's not showing it because the little audience that he has would know that he's lying to you guys, and he doesn't have any of the factual information if he showed it. That proves his mental challenge right there as well, and his manipulation, his lies. How many people watched this video? Like 6? Okay, let's continue.
I got the whole thing in my head. He's going nuts. He's going nuts at first. Then he's doing his thing. Then at the end, he goes back in to talk about it, right? Here is what you got to understand here. Pedro DoorDash Santiago said he got an order that was for like $18 or something else like that. It was only going 1.9 miles, which means that if you are a new driver and you are trying to get in.
Another thing is it's 1.9 miles from the merchant to the actual place, and it would have been about 20 because Instacart doesn't calculate the mileage you are away from the place, only the mileage from the place to the customer. Let's continue. Look at it. Why has he got a vest on? This dude, he's mentally challenged.
Information on what you should do and what you should not do. You should not just accept the order just off of you see dollars and miles. There's dollars, miles, and then there's dollars to time. You have to understand that wherever you are. Dollars to miles and dollars to time. Those are two separate variables that come in together to make one thing complete. So let's go ahead and break this down. Mr.
So what he just said there actually is really good advice, because you can't just look at the mileage, you got to look at the time. So I will give him that. I'm not a complete hater. I actually understand things. But yeah, I need y'all to hit the thumbs up for me as well. Okay, you guys ready? Okay, let's go.
Mr.BetonYou said he got the order. He didn't realize it was that many items. But when you accept it, you get to see how many items it is. So
that's false. You don't have to accept an Instacart order to see how many items they are. So obviously he's either never done Instacart or he's unintelligent, but he's giving advice like he knows, and he's saying he's the news. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Let's continue.
He lied to you guys and the masses off the top, right?
So right there is my issue. Any motherfucker that keeps saying you're lying, you're lying, you're lying, I'm coming after you, and I'm going to bury you on YouTube, because you're coming at my credibility when you either A, are lying for clout chase, which means you're not credible, or you're so fucking stupid you shouldn't have an audience that watches you for information. So you just told his audience that I lied. Not the case.
There from the jump. He goes and shops for the items. He says it's
false. I never accepted the order. I didn't shop the items. I said that in the video. And that video is on YouTube for anybody that wants to watch it.
Took him a little time, but it was only going 1.9 miles. So he was actually able to go ahead, which he thought was just drop it off.
Never said that in the video. Never once said I took the order. I actually referenced many times, who took this order? This is crazy. So once again, either this man with the vest and the glasses is mentally challenged, which I have empathy for. Robert, I know you're listening. Please come on the show. Let's talk man to man. We could talk about mental health. I know a lot about it. Family members deal with it. If you want to be transparent tonight and vulnerable, you can do that on my platform tonight. Either it's that, which is A, or B, he is clout chasing, dick riding, wanting attention, because his channel is absolute garbage. Nobody watches. Nobody watches this shit because he is unintelligent. I think that shows to the camera. So let's continue.
All the way. Now, he said this customer was trash and this customer needs a slap. Well, let's go ahead and break down who this customer actually is. That is one part that he did not tell you guys. In order to understand the whole situation at hand on what was going down, you cannot break down, come up with your own idea about this and that if you don't understand what was going down. Let me tell you this. He said he dropped off to an apartment complex, right? That is what he said. We don't even have to just go against that. He dropped off to an apartment.
So this is where it gets funny. I'm not going to play the rest because I don't want to give him too much attention. I've given him way more already. But once again, I said until October 1st, I'm addressing the clowns. I'm addressing the misinformation. You come at me, I'm coming at your neck. And if you guys continue to slander me, I will take you guys and I'll take everything you got. It's very simple. I have a business. I have a brand. I have family. I will protect them at all costs. point blank, period, until October 1st. The game's ends, and we're killing this shit. So he said apartment complex. In the video, I clearly showed it was a house. I knew it was a house. We referenced it was in a nice neighborhood. So he's talking about apartment complex, and listen to this nonsense.
Apartment complex. He then said when he got there, okay, because it was the address of the complex itself, right? It was.
I never said in the video that I got anywhere. So Robert, once again, either you're mentally challenged or you're clout chasing, and I'm going to. It's one or the other. There's no other option.
Was the address of the complex itself. That's it. It wasn't no apartment number, no anything else like that. So Pedro goes ahead and gets there. Right?
Pause. I see Jeff Thomas Black is here. Jeff, don't be a coward. Join the show tonight. I got some words for you.
The gentleman that meets him says that, okay, I'm going to need you to drop it off at 4 different locations. How many people?
Never mentioned that. No, none of that is in the video. It was one customer. This guy, once again, Robert Reese, and anybody that follows or supports his channel is either A, mentally challenged or clout chasing. Point blank, period. These are receipts. I'm showing you the video of him reacting to me, and he's lying to his audience. He's lying about a video, putting in information that is unfactual, like many other people are trying to do, because either A, they're mentally challenged and unstable and they need attention, or B, they're clout chasing and dick riding. That's it. And people do that. People do it. I mean, it's not, I'm not even mad for that, but at least admit it. At least admit that you can't do anything on your own without attributing other people and riding their coattails. It's a thing.
People, do you know when they go move into an apartment, they rent 4 apartments at one time? That was not a regular customer, which he failed to break down to you guys. That was not a regular customer, and we're going to get deeper into that.
Robert, you've been exposed. You're a fucking jackass. All right, that's enough about him. Now let's so basically then I think he talks about UDM in his video a little bit. I didn't watch the whole thing. It was sent to me and it's really hard to stomach. And I feel a little weird that I even gave him that, because I think he's in his car right now with his wife. They're doing $2 Uber Eats orders, and he's probably like, oh yeah, Hercules, I made it. Listen, my channel and others other news, you offer no value to this community. So I'm taking some steps backwards. I'm lowering myself for a moment because you guys spreading this misinformation, trying to bring me down, it'll never happen, because I have receipts and everything's on YouTube, and anybody that can be welcome on this channel to have questions or whatever else. So that's Robert. I mean, what a shit show, right? All right. And most of you guys probably know that. Some of you guys have no idea what I'm talking about here, but this gentleman has lied about me so many times. I let so much stuff go. But yesterday I was feeling some kind of way, and 6 people sent me that. And I said, you know what? Because they saw the video that I did 2 days ago. I said, I'm going to respond. I left him a public comment in his whatever. I said, you messed up, dude. Like, you just lied to your viewers. Like, you literally just lied, and it's all on YouTube. So once again, these individuals are either mentally challenged, with that do have empathy for. If you guys want to come up with your Kleenex boxes, you can come on a live show. We can talk like men. I'm good with that. I can be your therapist if you need. Or they're clout chasing and they just want attention. It's one or the other. There literally is no other option, right? And you guys caught me in a good time in my life where I'm feeling like I'm on the attack right now. I'm not going to sit back. I've sat back a lot. Not doing it anymore. You guys fuck with the wrong dude. All right, so next person. I think Jeff Thomas Black is in here. It's the coward of cowards, right? So, and he makes videos. He went on UDM's show the other day. UDM had to kick him off because he can't even have a conversation like men, interrupting, using UDM's platform once again to build something for himself and to get attention when he has no facts. This individual, Jeff Thomas Black, says he has proof and connections of content creators being paid or DoorDash doing this. And he's been writing a book for 20 years. It's never been published. He's tagged people. He sends emails. I was getting those emails. Nugs made a video. I can verify it. The full disclosure. My emails on the YouTube channel, and he would send emails unsolicited to us and spam us with all this shit. He went on a live. It's there on his channel right now. I think last week or last Saturday, saying that we've had text messages and phone conversations, and that we talked about me going to Indiana and he invited me. All lies. None of it is true. None of it. I am discrediting these men because they want to come at me. I got time every Sunday at 10 Eastern, man. And right now, this channel's not monetized, so I don't give a fuck. Right? Don't care. I'm going to respond. If I'm being honest, if my channels were still monetized, I might not respond because I got other things to worry about. I can pause for a second and come at your guys' necks. It's very easy for me because when you, it's easy because these guys are lying and I can prove it. And they won't come up on the live show because I'll embarrass them. Very simple. So that whole side over there, you got the big dog, one of the big dogs. UDM's a big dog as well, right? There's a few other, Bentley, channels that actually do things and help people. You guys don't like your driver, Mike. He does a lot. Rideshare, Harry the Campbell, we're all on the same level. I consider us all helping people out, making money while we do it, which is good. We should be proud of that. But you got my attention. Hit the thumbs up. All right, so I'm going to pin the link, and I'll get to Coach Eli real quick, and then we'll get into some topics. I hate that we have to do this, but like I said in the beginning, if you weren't here, I sometimes you have to in life. You have to take a step back if you want to move forward, and it's okay. And that's I did it last week. If I need to do it again this week, then I'll do it again. If I need to do it next Sunday, I'll do it next Sunday, because clearly these females need attention from me, and I'm going to give it to them because they're not getting it in other ways. And they're spreading lies, and they're saying that we bigger content creators are lying. You guys are fucking clowns, dude. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. And anybody that rocks with them, don't come to my channel anymore. I see people playing both sides, and you guys just want attention too. I don't need you guys over here with the negative energy. I'll bring my own negative energy to myself if I need to. I talk to myself on camera and the 427 of y'all, which is cool. Some of y'all gonna like what I gotta say. Some of y'all won't. Some of y'all get your popcorn and say, Pedro's talking some real shit. Other people are like, you shouldn't even give these people your attention. They've been coming at me for the last year and a half, every day, making a video, doing this, sending emails. Nah. So let's get into Coach Eli real quick. Well, let me share the link because I want these gentlemen to come up. I want you to defend your honor because I'm calling you out as men. I'm calling you out as men. And clearly you have time to make videos and do 5-hour videos and lives and this and come into live chat. You have time. I'm giving you time right now. So let me go ahead and pin this for you guys. While I'm doing that, I'll talk about Coach Eli. What a piece of shit. I'm going to be really vulnerable and transparent with you guys. I share a lot with you guys, right? And I did a live. This is going to be hard to talk about, but hold on, let me do this before I get into it, because this one really pissed me off. This isn't gig drama. This isn't DoorDash shit. Like this really, and it bothered me, but then it bothered me again because he keeps saying things, and that's where it's like these guys are either mentally challenged or they're just dick riding. And I want them to come up and admit one of the two, so the audience can see who you really are. I'm exposing the lies, the frauds, and the clowns. So I'm giving you guys you guys can make videos next week because you're going to need to do that because clearly you're riding my nuts and other content creators nuts because you can't do anything original. So let me pin this for you guys. Hold on one second. Before I get into kind of a serious topic, I told you I'm exposing people, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm not holding back anymore. What am I doing here? StreamYard. Shout out to the chat. Hit the thumbs up. I'm being real with y'all. I'm vulnerable. I'm about to drop some real shit with you guys real quick. Let's see. Boom. Copy. All right. So I'm going to put this in here. Oh, that chat's booming tonight. Oof. Y'all love it. All right. So let's see. That's exactly what they're doing, Pedro. 100%. What up, Daphne? Yeah, but it's okay. Hold up, man. I just put it in there. How do I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Hold up. Pin. Okay, so the StreamYard link is pinned for anybody that wants to come up. And I'm looking for Jeff Thomas Black. I'm looking for Coach Eli. And I'm looking for Robert Reese. Richard, if you're watching, you can come up as well. If none of these guys show up, other people can come up. We can talk about other things that you guys got going on. But you coming at me, I'm coming at your neck. So Coach Eli. I'm exposing the haters. Yeah, I am. Let me put that up. Hold up. Boom. Yeah, listen, and I think so. I don't want you guys to get it twisted. Not that I need to explain myself, but I'm going to. I got nothing to lose. I take a lot of shit, and I don't respond to most to 90 over 90% of it. So I will respond to people that I think are mentally challenged and might need some help, or that I think that are lying to their viewers. And you say I'm lying. I've never had to. So let's get to Coach Eli real quick. He's probably sitting somewhere jacking off right now because he's so excited that I mentioned his name. Yeah, I said it. So Madison and I had some tragic things happen. We were expecting a baby. She had some issues. Really sad times. I had a live about it. I announced that we were going to have I was going to have a son. That didn't happen. We're at the hospital, some just not good. I shared that with live because I had announced that she was pregnant, and eventually people were going to start asking questions. So, like a week later, I told people what happened because I just did. I felt like I wanted to. He had the balls to go into one of my comments saying, I can't remember verbatim, but maybe it's still there. Well, no, that doesn't seem right, or she wasn't far along enough, or this or that, or why are you lying? And anyways, and last week he's been riding the Glitch Gate coattails because he's so cringy. If you watch this dude, go give him some clicks and views. He needs it. He's such a cringy dude. He had the balls last week to say that he thinks I lied about that to get money from you guys, that I made that up. Because when he responded to me, he said I was triggered in my response. I was, because you don't talk about, you don't come at somebody like that with a serious family matter when you're dealing with a death. So Coach Eli, if you got the balls, click the link, motherfucker. I'm right here. I'll give you your 15 minutes. For you to say I lied about a family tragedy like that to get money from my community, I'm exposing you. You fucking asshat. I'm going to sit here and wait for Jeff, Robert, and Eli. Nobody is blocked on my channel. I'll sit here and wait. I see 2 people, but those people aren't those 3 people. So I'm going to sit here and wait for a second. What up, KC? I see Gig Drive. What up, Daphne? I'll be waiting. These guys need to jump on. They call me out. I'm calling them out. Okay, there's Robert. Now, I'm going to bring Robert up, and this is what I want you to do, Robert. And I will kick you off if you start screaming. I'm not going to scream at you. We're not going to scream at each other. But I want you to answer for the lies that you shared in that video, because I clearly went step by step on the 3 or 4 or 5 lies that you displayed. So I want you to tell me, are you mentally challenged or are you riding my dick? One or the other. And I want you to explain the video. We're not talking about anything else. We're talking about that video. And I want to answer. You are either A or you are B. I'm going to give you your minutes and I'm going to bury you after this live because you're such an insignificant motherfucker. So you guys ready? Robert's coming up. He's so excited right now sitting in his car. Go ahead.
Yeah,
you have
man.
The floor. You have the floor.
Just had to stop. It actually wasn't a $2 order. It was a $15 for 5 mile order. So I just pulled over because you said, let's see if any of them click the link, because they won't. But let me tell you, I tried to do it on Hot Facts with Robert Reese. I am blocked. So I have to go out and come back into my other name. And that's how I am here. So if I was to not be there, you have me blocked on my other one. So let's just go ahead.
Let me say this real quick. So I unblocked everybody. So if you're blocked, I'm not sure why. I know you were here last week. I took a screen recording.
So okay. I screen recorded.
Well, you're here.
So
you're here. So I don't want you blocked. Yeah. You're here.
Yeah.
So I want you to talk. I want you to share with your audience and mine why you lied about the video I made. Go ahead.
Well, I put a video up today about that video, and it's titled "Manipulating the Manipulators." Okay. I had an objective and a goal, and I succeeded because I am right here talking to you. I knew exactly what I can do to you from the actual delivery I was talking about. You know which one that is. You know which one it is. And the thumbnail and the other stuff, that was the manipulation to get you to get your bunny ears up, to get you hot and bothered like that. And it worked. I am here. My goal was to get you to say, I'm going to bring you on, because while all of this glitch gate and all this other stuff is going on, someone needs to really get up here and just speak about some stuff. And being that everyone inside your whole camp, your whole crew, all that stuff with all, like, first of all, I am the only content creator, and it's not 2 years. It'll be 2 years for me. February 22nd will be my second year here on YouTube. So I'm not even there yet.
Let's stay on the
no,
topic.
yes.
Hold on.
No. Your people that you control and everything. You guys have been put out. You guys have been, this has to go with the video.
So I'm going to mute him because I was very clear, Robert. We're going to stay on topic. So I know you can hear me. So you're saying you manipulated your audience and lied about a video so that you can get my attention, and you wanted to be on my show. Is that correct? I'll unmute you. Go ahead.
No, that is not correct. I manipulated you.
You manipulated me. Okay. Because you wanted to come on a show, correct?
No, I wanted to get up here because you've been ducking.
No, nobody's ducking. I ignore. There's no ducking.
Okay. All right. Tomato, French fry, baked chip, whatever it is.
So did you lie to your audience when you made that video? Yes or no?
No.
Hold on.
Never.
Never. I'm gonna mute him again. So he's saying he didn't lie. I'm gonna ask him one more time. Robert, did you lie to your community when you mentioned the video that I made? Yes or no? Go ahead.
No, never lied. Never.
So that video was not factual.
Something. That's not. Yeah, the video is factual. The video, the order that I talked about was a real order, correct?
No.
Now check this out. You said to your people that watch you, right? I put a video up today titled "Manipulating the Manipulator," and it broke it all the way down. Now, if you didn't watch that, that's not my fault that you didn't watch that, but it was broken down before you even got up here. So that's not my fault.
The video that you reacted to, I'm going to mute him again. So the video that you reacted to, you mentioned that order had 4 stops, and I took it, and you can only understand the units of an order if you accept it. That's not true. So why did you lie? Go ahead.
Did you go to a place, and when you got there, the guy asked you to take it? Can you take it here? And can you take it to this building and that building? Did you have an order like that? Correct? That you did not want to do all that extra work, right?
This past week? I made the video this week about that order. Or are you talking about a completely different order?
See, you don't remember any of your content.
No,
you don't remember. You don't remember. I'm
going to give you another minute, but if I ask you a question, you're on my show. I run this shit over here. If I ask you, I just asked you, are you talking about this video this week or a different one? Go ahead.
I'm talking about the video that you made yourself.
This week.
Whenever you made it, you should know.
You're talking about a video from 2 years ago?
I'm talking about a video that you made.
So the video I made this week referenced one specific Instacart batch with one customer living in a home.
I used 2 videos in one to manipulate you to get your attention so I can be right here, because I'm hoping.
So you lied. You used my video, and the screenshot that I used talked about a specific order, and you mixed them in together, but you didn't reference the other one, correct?
Okay, so check this out. What I did was I used the glitch. No. I used the glitch. To get my acceptance rate up, and then use the app to pick my order to make money off of what I just did, and I cheated someone else out of it. That was manipulation, and it got me to get up here. I did that to you.
I don't know what you're talking. What are you talking about? Like, we're not talking about
See,
glitch, dude. What,
you don't know what
we're
I'm talking
a
about.
video.
See,
We're talking
exactly
about a video. We're talking about a reaction that you did, and you lied to your community about a video to get my attention. And you just admitted that you wanted to get up here to obviously talk about something else. So I, Pedro DoorDash Santiago, am exposing the liars and a self manipulator. He just said he did it to UDM. He did it to me. So Robert, you are admitting you lied, you manipulated to get your ass up here. You just admitted that to your audience. So he is a news channel reporting the news that is fake news. See you, Robert. It's been fun. So that's exposed number one. He wasn't able to answer my questions. He mixed a video I did 2 years ago with a video I did this week. Didn't explain that in the video and perceived it to his audience and to get my attention because he wanted to come up here. So I will say Robert's not mentally challenged. I think Robert is a dick rider, a clout chaser, and he has been proven to do that on his channel time and time again. So we just exposed Hot Facts with Robert Reese. If you're somebody that supports that type of manipulation to get content creators, they lie and make videos to get my attention. He did it with UDM and it's worked. I'll give him credit. So he's not mentally challenged, but he's a dick rider, a clout chaser. Plain and simple. Exposed, never again. When I told him about a year and a half ago, I'm not going to talk to you again, it was pretty much right. I just gave you a little bit of attention. You weren't able to answer the questions clearly. You've just been exposed on Mr.BetonYou's channel. You're done, dude. That's it. You lost complete credibility. You can't call yourself a news channel. You'll make some videos and you'll spin it a different way, but the audience just saw this. They just saw that you weren't able to admit that you lied, but you did say you were a manipulator. Manipulators lie. You lied to your audience. You've been exposed. Let's see who's next. Let's see. I don't see Coach Eli. I don't see Jeff Thomas Black. Let's see what the chat has to say about what's going on here. I know, right, Dash and Grandpa? We have to, in order to go forward, sometimes you have to take steps back, right? Clearly, Robert wants to talk about other things, so he manipulates content creators by attributing them, lying to his audience to get attention like a little child. He wants my nuts so bad. He ats me, and he probably has talked about me in 1,000 videos because he clout chases. If you want to follow a clout chaser, if you want to follow that like it's news, I can't rock with you. So if you're a fellow content creator and you're, yeah, Hot Facts with Robert Reese, he's the real news. He just admitted that he didn't admit he lied, but he manipulated his way to get on my show. Real news people do not do that. That's a fact. Exposing the liars, the clowns, and the frauds. Hot Facts with Robert Reese is the king liar, the king fraud, and the king clown. You're welcome. I gave you attention. This is your 15 minutes. Your clock just started. Your channel's been dead, but I just started a clock on you. You guys fuck with the wrong dude. You keep poking the bear. This is what you get. He lied. Yep. Reese got these nuts out your mouth. Reese. Yeah, it's sad. And I think a lot of these guys do it, but I'm giving them the opportunity. I saw he was here. I let him come up right away. But I'm not going to have an argument. We're not going to talk about other things. We're talking about the video that he made. He made a reaction. I react to it live. He lied. Point blank, period. I'm exposing the individuals that are coming at us bigger channels because they want our attention and they're saying we're doing that shit. I got nothing to hide. Nothing. I'm exposing the individuals that, and it's just a little table, but I don't want that table in my lunchroom. I want my lunchroom to be peaceful. And sometimes you got to go to war. You got to go to the mattresses, like they said in what's that movie? The Godfather. Sometimes you got to go to the mattresses. I want peace in my life. I do. Sometimes you got to take it to the mattresses. That's what we're doing last week. We did it this week. I'm going to expose. We're going to clear these tables of clowns out of my lunchroom so that we can shut the door and we can continue to do what we need to do for the community. But we can't do it when these individuals are lying to their audience, lying about me, about a video that I make, about an order that I took or didn't take. Not going to do it. That's manipulation. He admitted that. He's a fraud. You've just been exposed. You're welcome. Let's see. Still waiting on the 2 other individuals. Doesn't look like they're going to show up. Not surprised. Bobby, you're probably right, but it is what it is. Like I said, you cannot continue to come at me with all the bullshit and not expect a man to react. And this year's been crazy, highs and lows. So maybe I'm a little triggered. I'm a man enough to admit that, but I think overall I've handled it pretty well. And I've given a live platform on the most watched live stream in the gig economy. This is the most watched live stream in the gig economy. And I will get the clowns up here a little while, right? Sometimes you got to let the little clown jester, do a little dance and do that kind of stuff and talk some shit. And then they go back to the dungeon and the other clowns are in there and they're talking, oh, Pedro's crap. This content creator's this and da-da-da. Well, I'm opening that door for them to come back in and face me. And the ones that do, they're going to be exposed to the crowd. And the ones that don't, they'll just stay in their room and talk shit. It's easier to do that. So still waiting on the other 2. Don't think they're going to come up. If you want to come up to the show, more than welcome. That is true. 504 people saw it live. 8 people will see it on Reese's channel. What up, Hannibal? How you doing? I know Hannibal's probably disappointed in me. He's like, Pedro, don't give these fucking idiots your time. But he knows, man, I take a lot of shit. And a man can only take so much, man. It's tough, man. It's tough. It's tough. It just is. What up, Eddie? How you doing, man? Robert Reese is going to make 1K videos from this. LOL. That's what's up. Hannibal's in the house. The voice of reason, please. Hannibal is the voice of reason. So, I guess we can move on. I gave these guys the chance. It's been 48 minutes. We've been live. I know they're watching. It's funny how individuals can go live for 5 hours or make a video and lie. You give them the opportunity to come on the news channel. And it's basically, this is how I look at it. This might be a bad analogy, but maybe it's not that bad. So some of the bigger channels or whatever, big is all relative. It doesn't, we give information. So you might have like a Fox, a CNN, an ABC, an NBC. They're all sometimes credible or not, and they all do things that can be a little weird, right? But like the bigger channels, the ones that are watched, and I'm one of those. But then you have like the Star magazine or the Esquire. Remember the magazines you see in the grocery aisle that it says like Tom Cruise is married to an 11-year-old, or LeBron James got some girl pregnant in the DMs, like the stupid shit that like catches your eye, like, oh, LeBron James got some girl knocked up, and it's lies, but they do that to get your attention. I'm exposing those individuals tonight because that type of news, that type of smut, that type of information should not be in my magazine rack next to me. I don't care if at the bottom, I'm going to take the magazines, I'm going to throw them in the trash, but I'm allowing them to come up and say, hey, here's my news channel. Give me some facts. No, none of them can produce anything besides an opinion, nonsense, and dick riding. That's it. I'm a hip hop fan. Hip hop artists do it all the time. You have like a bigger hip hop star and somebody else that's up and coming comes at them, right? And sometimes the person that comes at them is legitimate and they're good. And they get in that room with the Nas or the Biggie or the Jay-Z, right? Remember 50 Cent came at those guys back in the day when 50 Cent was coming up. But he was legitimate. So he entered the room and then they saw his realness and he was able to continue to make music and be credible. But other people will go at those artists and then, hey, let me let you in the room. And they can't spit no more bars. They got nothing else to say and they die off. I'm giving these individuals a chance to be the 50 Cent. None of them are able to do it because they're idiots. I'm exposing these motherfuckers tonight. I think that's a pretty good analogy when you say I'm a hip hop guy. So, and call me what you want. Maybe I'm one of the hip hop stars that's, up there. I'm not the best, but I'm up there. I'm in the top 10. Okay. I'm in the top 10. That's not negotiable. Okay. And these smaller guys are going to come at me, keep making songs. I'm going to respond, but you get what you ask for. You're not on my level and we're burying those individuals tonight. It is what it is. He's done. He never had really much credibility, but now he has 0. So if he had 2, he's at 0 right now. It's very simple. The link is up there, Jeff and Eli. I'd say I may be Big Sean level. Nova, Nova. That's Big Sean's. What's up? That's nothing wrong with that. What's up, bro? How you doing, man? Pedro's still mad. Hannibal was using that block button tonight, timing some motherfuckers out. This ish is corny. What up, Torrance? How you doing, man? How you doing? Appreciate that. I can be a little corny sometimes. Pedro needs a petty Pedro chat. Yeah, I would probably do pretty good. I started in February this year, and I've been very successful because of you. What up, Terry? I'm glad to hear it. Maybe you're talking to me. Maybe you're talking to somebody else in the bed. It's better in the chat. Appreciate that. Don't give that 0. He has negative credibility. Yep. So if he had 0, now he has negative. That's a good way to say it. Dash Revenge. Pedro, it's the Inquirer. Yes, the Inquirer. What up, Jesse? Jeff Thomas Black, go up, dude. I'm here to watch you go up. Yeah, Jesse's here to watch you go up. She's an intelligent woman. Intelligent person. I met her. Where you at, Jeff? I'm actually getting ready to go to New York and see Wu-Tang and Nas and I believe De La Soul. Me and Hannibal are going, so that's going to be dope. Somebody said Nas and whatever. He's my favorite artist. So, yeah, I really hope these guys would come up, but nope. It is what it is. I tried. You can't say I didn't try. I tried to give the younger rappers, up and coming rappers, a shot. Doesn't look like they want the shot. That should tell you more about them than it does me. So I see some people waiting in the background. I'm not going to bring anybody up unless you show your face. And if you want to contribute something to the conversation, I'll bring you up. So I see some people here now. Okay. Stop spamming. So Cowboy Courier was first. I'm going to bring Cowboy Courier up. He's been on the show before. He doesn't need to show his face because I know him. The other individuals, if you've never been on the show, you have to show your face. It is what it is. We just got a lot of people here that like to do sideways stuff. So let me see if Cowboy Courier has something he wants to. There's a lot of y'all be crazy tonight. Gates is coming to St. Louis. I don't know if I'd go see Kevin Gates. I don't mind him, but he's not somebody I'd pay a ticket to go see. If somebody gave me a ticket, I'd go. Okay, let's bring Cowboy Curry up. Let's see what he's got to add to the conversation. Cowboy, are you there, my friend?
Hey, how you doing?
Man, I'm cooking up some lasagna, as you said earlier, I think. So what do you got on your mind, man? What's up? What do you want to talk about?
I got a quote in mind. This is
okay. Bring it. Let's hear it.
Often, referenced as an Oppenheimer quote.
Okay.
But where it actually originally came from is kind of subject to debate. It's an old Hindu quote. In battle, in forest, at the precipice of the mountains, on the dark, great sea, amidst javelins and arrows, in sleep, in confusion, in the depths of shame, the good deeds that a man has done before defend him. The good deeds that a man has done before defend him. Now, I'm seeing a side of you, Pedro, right now that's you're really spitting a ton of fire. You're,
and I'm not proud of that. I have to say,
you are a huge voice in this space, and it is kind of testament to the power that you wield here. You've been taking a lot of shit, and I can't blame you for coming out really hot about all this. But like you said, you have a kind of an end date to this.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to put a Best Buy date on the savagery that you're laying out right now, I think that's for the good. Because now, in my perspective, you're a fucking goddamn giant, man. And
Well, I don't know about that, but I appreciate you saying it.
We need you lifting it up. And, you know, sometimes it might feel like you got the weight of the world hoisted on your shoulders. But we need you lifting that and lifting all of us. You know, the whole bet on you, set goals one day at a time, very positive vibes that you bring us. It gives a lot to us. And so, you know, I've seen some people saying in the chat, I've been watching the chat, saying, you know, this is not a good look. Well,
and you know what? They might
you
not
know,
be wrong, but at the end of the day, like, you have to get it out of your brain. So
why you're having to do this. You know, and there's been so much goddamn dishonesty. I haven't really been able to pay like the utmost attention to this whole fucking Glitchgate bullshit as it's been unfolding. You know, so I didn't catch the play-by-play, but like in the sort of retrospective look that I've been able to get it, it's goddamn, it's a nothing burger in the first instance. I don't think that there's really a compelling argument that even if some tubers out there were doing, like they say, using this glitch to, you know, misrepresent, you know, if the point is to show that AR matters, then regardless of whether or not a glitch was used to achieve that AR, the education element of the content still remains. And I don't know, I feel like an argument could be made that glitchers did nothing wrong in the first fucking place. And I have seen no fucking evidence whatsoever that you used the glitch.
yeah, I want to say this
where
though.
any of that crap came from.
Yeah.
So this whole thing, so you have been getting attacked in ways that are just utterly ridiculous. And like you said, a whole lot of these fucking jock riders that are just wanting to use you to try and get clout, you know, trying to come up in the world and saying like, oh, I'm gonna shoot for the king, you know. Well,
yeah, that's part of it, I think. And it's, yeah, I appreciate you saying those things. It reminds me of like, you know, the channel and like why we shouldn't give the focus to individuals that are irrelevant or ignorant. Ignorant isn't like a bad term. When I use that, it's because they don't have the knowledge, right? They just don't have the capacity to understand what they're watching or whatever.
Well,
right?
There has definitely been some element of spite that I've seen from some of these individuals, and that is in itself disgusting. But I think that you are big enough that you can just stride past them. This is ultimately, I think, a waste of your time to even be focusing on these bullshit artists.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I appreciate you saying that, man. I'm bringing the next guest up. But let me ask you one parting question. Are you how you been doing with the gig economy? Like, how was your week this week?
Well, my week this week was actually rather light. I had to take a few days off this week. I had a new birth in my family.
Congratulations.
So, yeah. Thank you very much. And man, I never gave you my condolences about your loss, man. I'm really sorry.
It's all right, man. It's okay. I appreciate you saying that, and appreciate you spending some time tonight and giving us some of your perspective, man. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and be around here a little bit more often. I know I haven't got you in, God, it's been about a month. So
it's okay. When I saw the emoji, I was like, yeah, we got to get the cowboy up here tonight. So I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right, cheers, partner. I'll see you again.
All right, see you. All right. Let's see. I think a couple more people joined. I still waiting on the individuals I invited. I am going to bring this guy up though. The Dash Wagon, Ron. Ooh, it might get a little spicy here. I think he said he wanted to come up. I saw his comment. I'm going to have him come up. And if he has some information, things he wants to share, we're exposing people tonight. It is what it is. You guys asked for it. So let's bring Ron up. The Dash Wagon, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. I guess. I was really
Well, I
hoping that
mean,
Glitchard would join us, but apparently he's not gonna.
yeah, well, it is what it is. You if you want, you can speak on that. We had the glitch stuff last week. I didn't expect to get into it tonight necessarily. Nothing more to prove, but I know that you have kind of what seems like firsthand information and or some things might have started with you, right? So, and I think there's a lot of misconception. What would you like to share with us? What do you have on your mind?
Well, I got a lot on my mind. Let's. I didn't want to do this, but I mean, I guess I have to. I tell everybody my truth, and unfortunately, my truth just shows you how much of a liar he is. About 13, 14 months ago is when I figured out the glitch for myself. No one showed it to me, and he didn't want me to share it with people. Then he starts charging for the Discord $40, and he's charging people and not even sharing the one thing of value, right? I mean, you think that would be the one thing you'd want to sell, but no, he didn't want to share none of that, and I did, and he found out that I was sharing, and within 2 hours of him finding that out, he ended our friendship and everything and deleted his Discord and started a new one. And then he starts telling people that I'm dead, that I went back on pills and I died. I mean, he's just a horrible person all around, and I need everybody to know that, yeah, I figured out the glitch, but I've shared with a lot of people, and I'm sure there's people in the chat that can attest for this. I mean, I've shared the glitch with hundreds of people, and it's probably why it got so much attention on YouTube, but I don't care. No one asked me not to share it. I wanted to share it with people because it does help people, and it's helped a lot of people.
So I want to say something real quick. So for anybody that doesn't know, we're exposing and we're getting the truth because you guys asked for it. So I didn't ask the Dash Wagon to be on here. Like, this is him coming up on his own accord. Okay. And you have done videos with Richard, correct? On his channel, right? You guys traveled. Yeah. So this is a gentleman in the videos. Ron is his name. This information is out there. And just to be clear, so we get the facts out the way, Richard, what Ron's saying, he was not selling. The $40 was not, hey, this is now that you paid me money, I'm going to give you the glitch. That people have speculated that. So that is not true, correct?
And that's not true. And that would be horrible that he would sell it anyway. But no, even worse is he didn't want to share it with the people that actually paid. And I was going behind his back and sharing it.
Right. So that's where the friendship kind of fractured, right? You guys had a difference of opinion. Yeah. And I'll be honest with you. How do I put this? Like, I knew about it in just May of this year, right? So when he came on the show, and I think you've been on the show once as well. You were part of one of those panels, if I remember, right? When he was on. I remember you coming up. I do remember that. That was like a year ago, right? I didn't know about it then. Found out in May. So I've known for 3 months or whatever, 3.5 months. And I knew I wasn't going to say anything only because I was asked not to. And I also said,
how everybody gets.
And I also kind of felt like, well, I don't know. I'd hate for people to use it. I have kind of one of the bigger channels. People would be able to use it or not use it. And then maybe they get in trouble. I have no idea. So I'm not going to put my channel at risk and my subscribers at risk for doing something that maybe is possibly against TOS. I have no idea. So that's why I didn't share. So for him to not want to, I could kind of understand why. But for him, he was the one pushing Top Dasher.
Yeah, no,
in a very fraudulent way. In a fraudulent way. That's the issue.
And that was the issue. I wanted him to stop that, and he wouldn't.
Yeah,
I mean, he could have just hid the fact that he was doing it, but no, he's still pushing it like it's easy to keep a 95 AR. Well, yeah, it is if you're doing this, Yeah.
It's interesting, but so that's the truth about the genesis of that, at least. I do feel a little partly to blame. I had, him on the show. We talked about it, maybe, obviously this glitch that we talk about, and there's many others from what I understand. I know of one other one. I know of one other one, which I will not mention. And I've been told there's others, but I don't use them. I don't know. go to Reddit to seek out the information. It just comes to me. But obviously this has been around for a while and we're just now hearing about it. And who knows what DoorDash
Yeah,
will do.
and it just the
I
bottom
don't
line
know.
is he didn't want to expose it because he didn't want it fixed. He would rather just kept it for himself.
Right.
And that's not fair. If I didn't share it, he wouldn't have known it. You know, I mean, it's just
Right. Well, let me ask you this. I think a lot of people wanted to keep it for themselves, right? It seems like a
yeah,
lot of
of
people,
course.
right? So I don't necessarily blame people for wanting to
Yeah.
not
Mhm.
share it, but I understand your side. You've been very open. Hey, I've shared it with hundreds of people. I think you said. I
Yes.
mean, it is
Yeah.
what it is, right? But I think you
Mhm.
sharing it is a little different than me, and maybe even him because
Yeah.
of the channels that we have, and you at that point didn't have one. So I think
Yeah,
that's the
no, I
difference.
just started mine. Yeah.
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 Right.
And
Well,
and no, he could have chose to just come out with the glitch and share it with everybody when I shared it with him and I figured it out. Right? But no. He wanted to hide it and not share it with nobody. My option was no, let's share it with everybody. Let's just expose it on YouTube now. But no, he didn't want to do that, you know.
So in the
He'd rather
issue,
keep lying to people than he's keeping his AR high and making it look easy to get all these big orders when all you're doing is keeping your AR at 95 and taking all the big orders.
And the issue is people were blaming myself and some other content creators for pushing Top Dasher when I never pushed it, not in the way that he did. And I didn't know about it. So he's
There's
kind
the
of the
one person. He's the one person that really
he's the person that should
defrauded
take
people.
the blame, at least you know, for, and I don't think a lot of people understand that because he knew about it and he's the one basically maybe lying. I don't, you know, about an acceptance rate and how he's getting it there because he, you know, so that's the issue. So, and he's been pretty quiet.
And I'll put a video out on my channel soon with all my screenshots of my conversations with him, because if he wants to lie to people and tell them that I'm back on pills and I died, you know, when my sobriety is important to me.
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
You know,
that he did
I'm
that.
just gonna share what I have and let everybody come to their own conclusion.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I appreciate you being honest. I think there's even some people in the chat tonight that didn't know that information. Listen, the title of this is Exposing the Frauds, Liars, and Clowns. We've done that twice now with 2 individuals. This is knowledge is power. This is part of the stream. You guys to have all the information. If these individuals want to rebuttal, they can come up on rebuttal. It's open to anybody. But this is real information. These are hot facts. Okay. And this is, you know what's funny, Ron? It's funny because like I like to be entertaining. I just show people my ride-alongs. I try to just I'll lose my shit sometimes, or I'll be really positive. I'm just myself, right? But then you have other individuals that are trying to be like the news, or they're trying to do this. I could even do what you're trying to do better than you, and it only takes me 1 live stream. That's the funny thing, right? So last week we exposed and had some real truth. Ron's dropping it on this channel right now. Actual factual information so the community can stop speculating, making videos and comments about Richard selling something. He never did that. We just exposed that, right? So I could be the news better than the motherfuckers that are trying to be the news. And I'm not even trying to be the news because that's boring to me. I just want to be entertaining and be relatable, but like I'll bring you the information you really need, right? Thank you for that. I appreciate that, man. Where can people find you? This is the Dash Wagon, right?
The Dash Wagon, yeah. I just started my channel.
So if somebody in the chat, or if you, after you come off, if you want to put a link to your channel, please feel free to share that. I know it's new. You guys go and check him out. Check out the videos he has. If you want to support his channel, then you can go ahead and subscribe and watch some videos. So the Dash Wagon, I appreciate you coming on tonight, man.
Thank you for having me, and we'll talk soon.
We'll talk soon. Yeah. Drive safe, brother.
Thanks, bud. Bye.
All right, man. Okay. So that's news, guys. You see that? That's actual information. There's no speculations. There's no lying, no manipulation. It's right from the horse's mouth. That's what a news channel does. You guys fuck with the wrong dude. I'm too petty sometimes. I'm too smart. And sometimes I don't give a fuck. You guys fuck with the wrong guy today. I'm sorry. Yeah, where is Jeff Thomas Black? Where's he at? Where's he at? Dad Dash says, knows it isn't easy to get Top Dasher, and I can attest it. Great job. Yeah, it's not. Now, it was easier for me because I reset my acceptance rate. Do you guys not remember when in some markets they gave you the option? And many of you guys said you didn't want to because AR didn't matter. That's fine. I did it as a test. And I remember talking about that. And then I saw some differences that were good. Sometimes it didn't matter. And then right after, the Diamond Zone came out, and then I really feel like it does matter sometimes. And I've shown you guys that. So for me, I didn't have that climb of having to take 5 or 10 orders a day to get it up. Mine was unorganic because I reset it. I literally reset it and it went to 100. And I remember I made some videos and it was down in the 80s. Then it got back down to like the 50s. And then the shop and pay came and I was like doing those. So then naturally, organically, the AR goes up as you start doing shop and pays, because with shop and pays, the cash value is higher, but it takes you more time. So prior to shop and pays in most of your guys' market, this is what you'll learn. No, I'm sorry. This is what I've learned. When you start doing more shop and pays, it takes you longer. So if you're out for 8 hours and you do half your orders or shop and pays, you're going to see less offers because it's taking you 30 minutes, 40 minutes to do a shop and pay. Sometimes it takes you 10, right? But instead of sitting in your car and declining only food delivery after food delivery, or only doing 15 to 20 minute food delivery runs, you're doing shop and pays. They take you longer. So the algorithm can't send you as much because you're on deliveries that are paying you more, but it's taking you a bit longer. Does that make sense? So I was able to accept more on a percentage day-to-day basis because I was doing more shop and pay deliveries. I started to become prioritized. Like I saw the Dash Now feature on a week-to-week basis sometimes. And then so it's a weird mix of unorganic and organic, if that makes sense. I really recommend the red card orders. And that's just me. I think that DoorDash is pushing that. I'm getting $20 to $30 orders multiple times a day. And most of the time they take me between 30 minutes and 1 hour. So a lot of us have that target goal of somewhere between 20 and 30 bucks an hour, right? You know, most of you are probably pretty good if you're at about 25, right? You can achieve that if you do 1 shop and pay an hour or 2, and then 1 smaller delivery or something. It's not hard, but some of us gotta be willing to do a little shopping sometimes. Just test it out, man. It's not difficult, but it's just not. All right. Let's see what else we got in here. I see some people wanting to come up. Let me see. Let's bring up. So Coach J Rom. I don't know who that is. If you want to, okay, I see you. Okay. You know what? Actually, you look really familiar. I'm going to bring you up. I want to see what you got in your mind. You look really familiar. So I think I've seen you somewhere before. Coach J, how you doing,
how we
man?
doing?
Can you hear me? I'm good. How are you?
Fine.
Okay.
Good,
What do you got on your mind tonight?
So I don't know much about you, man. I just I've been a long time Eli follower. Not that I'm a supporter by any means. On the opposite end of that, I'm actually one of his bigger trolls. I have many videos exposing the lies and deceptions, deceit, and hate, all the way from racism to hating transgender people and gays and so forth on my channel. These are truths exposed by his ex-girlfriend, current girlfriend, via voice notes, all kinds of things.
And I'm not aware of any of that kind of stuff. I've just seen some of the things that he's tagged me in, or comments that he's left, and remarks he's made about me. So the other stuff I'm not aware of. I just want to say that, but I get what you're saying. You're kind of painting a picture, so I appreciate that.
You can't really let Eli calling you a liar get to you, because this man lied for 8 months about having a sponsor that
I had no idea about that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. He was like, he come on a live stream once ranting, and he goes on these manic moments, and then he goes to like this loving guy, and then he goes manic, and then he goes this loving guy. And then one of his moments, he was having a panic attacks, and his sponsor contacted him and said that he needed to take a break, and so he was taking the week off. And then it came out that his sponsor at that point had been deceased for like 8 months. So we're talking about a narcissistic liar, a pretty persistent narcissistic liar.
Yeah, I didn't know that kind of stuff. I mean, it's, I haven't watched a lot of his stuff. I've watched maybe 3 or 4 videos over the course of a couple of years, but I'm not surprised. There were some people that tagged me in some things and things that he said, and like left comments of like, he's just, I try to give the people the benefit of the doubt, and I want individuals to be able to come up and speak, because I feel, and this might be me being a little bit of an asshole, but I feel like they will expose themselves if I bring them on the channel, because I kind of know in my mind, they don't have much of facts to back things up. And I know that they're just either mentally challenged or dick riding. And I think these gentlemen fall into those, one of the two of those criteria, maybe sometimes both. And while it's both quite sad, so I think mental health issues is it's a big issue. It's also, listen, they want to talk shit about me, I'll expose them on the biggest live channel in the gig community. And then now their audiences they can know more about them, and people will still watch because it's cringy. I think people watch Eli in the way you do. It's cringy, and it's like a train wreck.
Absolutely.
It's a train wreck. And people watch Robert for the same. People watch Hot Facts for this. It's cringy. Like it makes you nauseous, but it makes you laugh and it makes you feel better about yourself. So I think we need to realize people watch content for that. Some of you guys watch me for that. Like Pedro's an idiot. I'm going to watch him because he's entertaining. I'm okay with that. But the same happens with some of these other individuals, I think. So
I do want to warn you about Eli as well. He really is, like, you'll see a whole bunch of stuff if you just go on YouTube and type his, Eli.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that.
But he is kind of dangerous, and this is actually provable. He actually paid someone a few $1,000s to drive all the way across the country to take pictures and put, like an RO like paperwork and stuff on my now wife. It was she was dating another gentleman at the time. Her and I ended up getting together, and we've been married for just about a year now. We've been dating together for 3. So this was probably 4 or 5 years ago. But he actually paid someone to drive across country to harass this person. And
that's crazy.
So yeah, it's horrible.
I mean, no,
he's an absolute horrible person.
I hear that, but I don't know, man. Like until October 1st, people want to come at me. I'm gonna leave the lines open. They could bring their receipts and they'll just expose themselves. And I think it says a lot when people like Jeff Thomas Black and Coach Eli make videos about other individuals, but don't have the balls to come up live. You had the balls to come up and share your story. And at least I'll give it to Robert. Robert came up and shared his whatever. I give him that, but it's just kind of, it's very sad. I think it says a lot about the state of men right now. I think a lot of men are depressed and lonely, and I think YouTube gives people this false sense of identity because a few people might watch you, and it gives you this like, oh, I'm Coach Eli, 6 people are in my live stream. It's like, and it makes you feel important, and they're not getting that in other ways in their life, and it's very
there's
sad.
There's that, and then Mike Tyson said it best. The internet has given too many people the right to talk smack without getting punched in the face. Back when we was younger, you had to show up somebody's house to talk smack. There was none of this internet, none of cell phones, none of that. You had to actually show up.
You had to show up. You fighting in the playground after school, at lunch. It's man. That's how we grew up as an 80s kid, right? In the early 90s. Like, but now it's like you can just do anything on a keyboard tough guys, right? And listen, I'm not some big bad. I'm not a tough dude. I've never been that guy, but I will mentally and verbally assault you. And make you look stupid and expose you, because that's my power. I'm not a powerful dude. I'm not going to fight anybody. None of this is about that, because that's just stupid, right? But to your point, the keyboard warriors are out, and sometimes you have to take a step back to go forward. And I appreciate you helping me expose these guys for who they are, man. Appreciate you coming on.
Yes, no problem.
All right.
Yeah, Eli falls into both your categories. Real quick, I'll go ahead and finish this up. But he falls into both your categories. We've all his trolls, people that have followed him for years, have speculated that he's possibly on the spectrum. And then on the flip side of that, we've also watched him fail YouTube after YouTube channel after YouTube channel for 6 going on 7 years, I believe now. He's lost a couple channels, give up a couple times, come back, give up, come back, give up, come back. And I think he finally found a niche to where he only did DoorDash for like 3 months. So, but like he found a niche that gets him attention. And I think he's trying to ride your dick at the same time, man. Like, I think he's trying to use your net. You know what I'm saying? So little bit of mental illness, little bit of dick riding going on there. Anyway, I'll let you back to your night, man. Thank you for letting me up. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you coming on, and appreciate you coming on for the first time. Have a good night, brother.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
All right. So I don't know who that guy is. Never been on here before, but obviously we've exposed 2 individuals already. Who's next? Y'all mess with the wrong dude. I'm feeling some type of way. It is what it is. How you guys doing in here? What UDM? I gotta know. What's with the M marker? I have no idea what's going on here. I feel like this is a new UDM. Is this really UDM? UDM is my nephew. Like, I don't know what's happening, but it's funny. I do want to give UDM has his show back on Saturdays, I think, in the morning. And I checked it out for a little bit yesterday, and good stuff. Happy to have you back doing your thing. You seem more energized. You're kind of refreshed. You're coming back, giving the people what they want. So go check out that show UDM has out on Saturday mornings. I believe it's 10 Eastern. Somebody could tell me wrong if that's accurate or not. I think it's 10 Eastern Saturday mornings. And he's doing, he's letting people up. He's answering some questions. He's doing some things. I think it's good. And I think he's another content creator that people have said things about. And he's kind of like, you know what? I'm tired of this shit. I'm going to say something about it. And, and I can relate to that. A lot because sometimes you gotta smack somebody in the mouth, man, and see what they do. And a lot of people aren't gonna. It doesn't feel good getting punched in the face. I've been punched in the face a few times. It doesn't feel good, but it doesn't feel good. All right, so I see Mr. Flex up. I'm gonna bring him up and see what he's got to add to this conversation.
Oh shit! What up?
What's up, man? What's up? What do you got on your mind?
What's going on?
Well,
thank you for exposing that fucking Momo, bro.
Just exposing the people that want to talk shit. And giving them the opportunity to bring some information and some facts. And if they can't do that, their audience should be, I'm putting their audience of whatever channel size they have on notice that they are frauds, liars, and clowns. That's what I'm doing. So,
I mean, it's sad that he's got to manipulate shit to get your, for him to get you to the point, to where you got to make a live about him.
Well, I mean, yeah.
It took what he said, 2 years, right? 2 years he's been doing this shit. Like, yep. Bro, it's sad. Yep. You look at his channel, all that shit, Pedro, bro. Like, this all fucking day. Guy it's weird, bro.
It is weird.
That is fucking weird.
So Bobby says he wants me to expose you.
Go ahead.
Bobby's trolling. It's fine.
Expose Flex. Yeah.
Expose Flex.
I've been exposed.
So, I want to ask you a question, bro. I want to ask you a question. Do you think DoorDash is going to patch this? What do you think? What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, they'll patch it up.
Do you think they'll patch it?
Yeah, of course.
I think they will.
I'm sure they knew about it because people didn't talk about it, didn't make videos about it, so they kind of probably let it on the low end. But now everybody knows about it, and it's probably fucking with their system. Now they have no choice but to patch it up.
Yeah. Well, now I think you're going to have more people that might use it, and they're going to get the Top Dasher. The end of the month's coming up, so then you're going to have more. Mm-hmm. That could be a benefit for DoorDash or not. I don't know, but it don't make a difference to me what they do with it. But I'd be curious to see how the next month or so looks.
I would say it won't be that long.
Yeah, maybe within a couple of weeks. Then, okay, interesting.
No, we'll probably. We could say,
Yeah, it'll give everybody else something to talk about. You know how it is.
Yeah, all these manipulators, man, that are talking nonsense, that make stuff up to try to get your attention, to try to persuade people to talk negative about you. It's fucked up. It is fucked up, and I hope, like I was saying on my channel earlier, 1K towards you, bro, towards your donation, if you do decide to go, legal ways.
Oh yeah, that's crazy for you to say that. At this point,
I will donate to you.
No, I hear you.
On my behalf, $1,000 if you, proceed with it.
I don't see why.
Whoever one of these fucking idiots.
I don't see why I would need to at this point, unless they continue to do something really crazy. But that would be a stretch. But hey, if that happens, I'm gonna hit you up. I got your number. I'll call you and then say, hey, send me that 1,000 in PayPal. I'm taking them. Flex said it on the live, so he can't take it back now. But I doubt that I would go down that path. I'm just not like that. The best I can do is just virtually on YouTube expose them so that anything that they say after this it's literally not credible. So I'm putting the 15 minutes. I'm setting the clock on these motherfuckers. And that's what I'm doing the last couple of weeks. So anybody that wants to continue to watch and support, you're watching people that are liars. I'm flipping the script on these motherfuckers. That's what I'm doing.
And I don't know why the gentleman Jeffrey won't come up. Jeff, why don't you come up, bro? You say, you're saying yourself, bro, Jeff. You got nothing to lose. If you got nothing to lose, why don't you come up here, bro?
Yeah. Yeah.
You want to
It's,
expose you, like you're trying to expose all this shit, is giving you a bigger platform than you will have ever on YouTube anywhere else. Come up here, expose yourself,
yeah.
expose himself. Don't
Yeah.
just don't expose your genitals, please.
Expose me, Jeff. You said we've talked before. We have all that. Maybe your butt hurt that I didn't go to Indiana to meet you. Like, do you like me like that? Do you think I'm pretty or something? Like, you want to be with me? Like, I don't know what your deal is, but I'm calling you out because you're a liar. And I'm flipping the script on these guys. And anybody that supports these gentlemen, I'm putting you in the same boat because I'm exposing. And you are who you hang with. It is what it is. Watch them for entertainment, but they're not news. They're not factual. And they are the manipulators in this community. I'm flipping the script. Flex, I appreciate you, bro. I'll let you know if I need that 1K.
I'll see you guys later. Have a good night.
So, listen, that's the best I can say about those things. Yeah, it's just weird. It's just weird. So let's get into some other things. I don't think these guys are coming. It should show you a lot about them. These are dick chasing, clout chasing people. And I'm lowering myself to their level to expose them. I'm not proud to say that. This isn't one of my prouder moments on YouTube. I've had some L's. I've had some wins. I don't mind taking an L every once in a while. Sometimes you have to take an L to get to your next W. I'll take an L back-to-back weeks. No problem. Some of you guys won't agree. I totally get it, and I respect your opinion on that. But I felt like I got to do this because I got to get past it. And that's how the same way I rant in my car. When I have a bad day, a bad order, a bad customer, I rant for a second and I get super pissed about something. It could be for like 5 minutes, but I do that on purpose because I've learned about myself. I don't like to hold things in. I got to get it out, think about it, feel it, and move past it. I thought I moved past some of these individuals, but they keep riding my nuts. So I'm gonna expose them. And once again, if you are supporting these individuals, you are no better than them. They already don't get a lot of love. And I think they get love from most of the people that watch them because they're cringy and the trolls and, those views count. But like, if you're rocking with these dudes and you're going live with them and you're doing all this shit and you're talking and you're saying, "Hey, I'm coming at you as well." You got until October 1st to figure out what side of the line you want to be on. Y'all can take that for what it's worth. $2 clowns. There's just clout chasing. Yeah. But listen, we're gonna give them a little bit of love and a time to let them expose themselves. It's good. Said it straight, Pedro. You didn't do anything wrong. You exposed it, which was the claim they made that you ignored it. Yeah. I don't feel like I did anything wrong. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, but yeah. I talked about it, and anybody that wants to come up and ask questions, they were able to do that last week. It is what it is for me. I have nothing else to really say on the subject matter. It is what it is. So with your community post, expose the glitch. Oh, you're talking about back when we had the Top Dasher thing, and I said, if y'all knew about maybe if I never did that, these things don't happen as they did. All things come to light though, right? We would have found out about it at some point. Somebody would have said something. Maybe I escalated it because of the eyes that got on it, but that's okay. It is what it is. Doesn't mean I was using it in a fashion that's been presented or that I was trying to make drivers make less money and say this is important, you should take trash. I never told drivers to take trash. I've been very open about if you take $2 or $3 orders, I think that you're crazy. I've been very open on that. We should never have to do Hell Week or any of those things. I've been showing people get Top Dasher or get Dash Now because that's the only significant thing. Get it by doing something else. Get it a different way. You don't have to go crazy for a week by taking everything. You really honestly don't need to do that to get the Dash Now feature, right? It is what it is. Don, I don't know. That's a good question. Let me put that up. This is what I'm going to answer that honestly. Why is there a lot of drama in the DoorDash community? This is what I think. I think there's drama in life. I think there's drama in a lot of communities on YouTube. I'm not a part of really any other one. Not in that way, not like this. But I think, you could see, I think part of it is competition. People understand, especially as content creators, we're kind of like on competition. You're looking at how many views did that person get? How does she do in her video? How are they doing? How many people watching the live? How many thumbs up? There are some content creators that do that. Others maybe don't care and they're not part of the drama, and that's fine. But I think when you have competition, when you have people doing the same job, you can go to a W-2. And you might have a W-2 where there's some kind of metrics or an employee of the month, and there's competition, and sometimes that's drama. And oh, Pedro said this in the break room, and he really didn't say that. Like, you can go back to school times. You know, like, there's always going to be that because there's levels of competition. There's egos that get involved, and I think that's a large part. The drama is mostly with men in this space, and men have egos. I have an ego, right? I think a lot of us do. Whether we want to admit it or not, we do. We sometimes have it more than others, and some more than other individuals, but we have that. And I think we don't see the women really beefing like the guy. You know, we just don't see it, right? So that's how I would answer it. I think it's in a lot of communities. It's not just this one. I don't like that it's here, but it's part of it. And I'm not going to like shy away. I've shied away a lot. I ignore 90% of shit. Trust me. I do. But sometimes, man, you have to. If somebody's going to call me out, I'm going to stand right here and say, all right, I'm ready. Let's go. I've had enough. Let's go. Come on a show. And then when you see what we're getting in back-to-back weeks with these individuals, it should show you what they're really about and what their intentions are. And I can't paint a better picture. I'm allowing them to, I mean, come on. That's how I would answer that question. No problem. Kill the ego. Yeah, I know. What's Dash Revenge? Bobby, not unless you've done it, which you said you're not built that way. I don't know what that means. What's this? Hold on. Hannibal says, he said, nah, Nova, GigTuber basketball game. Ooh, listen. That would be crazy. That would just be fun. Who would be on my team? I'd have to have Hannibal on the team. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe Nova. I'll take Nova Hustles. Who else? Bud Soda. He's kind of a tall, big dude. I think he'd set some good screens, get some rebounds, maybe. I don't know. That would just be awesome, though. I think what I'm going to do is I put a short out yesterday. I took the girl to Dave & Buster's last night. We had a blast, played games, and just had dinner. It was really fun. And I love basketball. And I think what I'm going to do is I would like to challenge individuals to do, whether you have a channel or not, do something, put it on YouTube, and then attribute and at a content creator that you want to have them to, that you want to challenge them. So like me, I went out and I went to the hoop. We did the basketball thing. You know, I did okay. I've done better. Got like 60 points or something. Not my best, but it was okay, right? And it was on a big, like 10 foot, like an actual shot. And other people should do that, do the same video, and then put it on YouTube, and we could do like a fun little challenge. Remember the ice bucket challenge? It could be like the gig drivers challenge. It could be putt golf, basketball, football tosses. It doesn't even have to be sports, but I think it would be neat if it was sports. If your hockey's, like the basketball is easy because there's a hoop everywhere, but it could be a lot of different things. I think, whatever, flip cup. It could be like different things that we challenge each other. A way to have fun. I think it could be cool. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I think it could be a push-up challenge. How many push-ups can you do in a minute, right? And it's a short or 30 seconds. And I think it could be a fun little competitive thing that we do that's with gig workers, but it's not about gig work. It's about some kind of sport, or it could be darts. I got a dartboard in the garage. How many? Okay, you get 3 darts, get closest to a bullseye or a bullseye. And you film it, you put it on YouTube, and you attribute the people that you want to see it. And the viewers get to see it, and then maybe they start a channel and they do it. And then you have this record of like who did the best in the basketball, who did the best in darts, putt golf. I think that would be awesome. What do y'all think? Poetry, not what's up? No hoops in UK. Okay. Don't let me play darts. Ooh, I'm not that good at darts. I'm just okay. It's fun though. Pedro a dad joke challenge. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, stuff like that. And I think Tony's would probably have some good dad jokes. He's got 20 kids. How could he not? Right. So like that could be a fun little thing. And you do like a video a week or something like that. And it's like a challenge. And I do a dad joke, and I tag Hannibal, I tag Tony, and I tag Nova because I know they're all fathers. And then they do it and they tag 3 people. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that would be really interesting. And it could be a viewer, subscriber. They don't have to have a channel, but if you know somebody that watches your channel, they could do that, send you a video. You can put it up on your channel. It could be fun. It takes literally a minute to do a short on YouTube. It's just an organic, quick little thing. You could unlist it. You could private it, whatever, make it public. I think that would be cool. Since Hannibal said no to the gig boxing, we're not doing boxing. Ain't none of us no boxers out here. Come on. That would be fun. I think that would be fun, man. I think that would be fun. It's been a challenge. Magic tricks. See, Todd, that could be it, right? It could be whatever your imagination comes up with, right? No more competition. There's nothing wrong with fun competition. I think it's healthy to have competition. I think it depends on like how serious you take it, or how, you can't be a sore loser. You know what I'm saying? Like I did the one yesterday. So if Welty or Hannibal go out, I tag them. If they go out and he scores 70 points at his local Dave & Buster's, or if he goes to the park and he makes more than 8 in a row like I did, right? Then they win. You don't get butthurt about it. You take your L, you move on, you enjoy the video, and it's fun. We have too much of the bullshit already. This whole live is bullshit. It's about exposing frauds, liars, and clowns. We should be doing other things, man. Fun stuff, helping people, And Margaret is not the real UDM. I said what I said. Uh-oh. Somebody's calling UDM out. UDM, you can come on the show. They're exposing you, Ann Margaret. Mike Tyson punch out. Yeah, you ever been to one of those places where there's that the speed bag or the bag, and you hit it and it gives you it goes up to 1,000. It's like your power and speed. That would be a fun one. Who's got the best punch, the most powerful punch? Things like that could be cool. Maybe we could start something. I started with the basketball. I'll do another one with basketball, and I'll tag some people again, and then maybe other people can do it on their own. Whatever, it could be about whatever. I think it could be a fun little thing, right? Gig Wars, why you ahead? Brass Dasher, what's up? Losing builds character. It does, absolutely. So if Welty goes out tomorrow, if you don't know who Welty is, look him up. I think it's Uute. His name is Ryan. If he goes to Dave & Buster's next Saturday and he puts up 61 points, and I just showed you I did 60, oh, you best believe I'm finding a basketball hoop sometime soon, and I'm going to beat that 60. It's fun, right? Because I'm like, damn, he got me. You know what I'm saying? It's good to push and challenge each other in a good, organic, fun way, right? Without making it like, none of us are NBA players here. We're just shooting a hoop in a basket. It's fun, right? And it's a way to build camaraderie. It's a way to get to know each other, doing other things, get to see people doing different things. I think that would be pretty fun. So Cray Cray says, I'm here for the hoops. I feel like she looks like a little point guard, probably a little fast, got a good little handle. I think Cray Cray would have to be on my team. I'd have to play her first and beat her. And then if she wants, as her reward, she could be part of the BetonYou team of 7 players. You need starting 5 and 2 on the bench, right? Pedro, your team's going to lose. Ooh, you better come with some ballers, because I don't think there's anybody in the chat that I know of that's going to be able to guard me. I'm just too fast with the ball in my hand. You might be able to beat me in a foot race, but with a basketball in my hand, I'm going to go right around you. It is what it is. Okay. I mean, I'm just saying. So that would be fun though. So I think that's, I see Dad Dash is here. Oh, Richard's here. I'm going to bring him up because I want to bring him up. I said some things. Ron said some stuff. We're going to bring Richard up. Get your popcorn. I want to hear what he's got to say. And I am a man of my word. Somebody wants to show up. They can defend themselves. They can give us some truths. That's what it's about tonight. Richard can come up right now. You guys ready? Let me get rid of this real quick. Hold on. I'm happy he's here. Richard, the floor is yours.
What's up, bro?
What's up, man?
How you doing, Pedro? Wow,
I'm doing okay.
Lots of allegations, lots of
So Ron said something.
Lots of haxery going on here. All right, so
you want to defend yourself. I don't know if you saw what Ron said.
Hold on. Let me say this. I haven't watched what anybody said, so
okay.
I really don't know what anybody has said about me.
Okay. Fair enough.
I think we should put together some type of forum, right, and start from the very beginning of this very, very epic story that's about to be told here, because I have a very good story to tell you guys. And it starts a long time ago, right? And it's not going to happen right now, but I want to prep you guys, right? And I want this to come out to the community, right? Everybody's like, in a lack of better terms, rides my nuts a lot, right? Everybody knows my name. I mean, you can go to any city, say Sin City Deliveries, and I'm sure they know me. So I've definitely put a huge dent into the community. A lot of the people that Dash avidly, watch YouTube, watch gig content and whatnot, they get to watch their people. And I'm one of those small anomaly type of channels that does things differently, or is the, just the oddball out, you can kind of say. And
definitely
that's led me down the type of journey that I've had, on YouTube and through DoorDash and in life in general, right? It's not just DoorDash that these types of things happen to me. It's life and the way energy works. And I think it's a really good story that's going to be told, and there's going to be no lies. There's nothing going to be hidden there at all.
When is the story going to be told?
Tomorrow is what it is. So, and I want to kind of, but at the same time, I don't know, because really, I think the best person to do this with would be somebody that can, mitigate or be in between it. And I think you would be a great person for that, just because you're popular within the community. You always have had a level head. You don't seem to hold grudges or get very biased. I mean, you are biased towards things, but I think your biasism has,
no, I get what you're saying.
Towards it. You know what I mean?
So you have a story you want to tell that you think that the community is maybe unaware of, or you think they have misconceptions about
they
you?
Have very small puzzle pieces, and every actor that's come out and said something has always said it in the light to protect themselves, right? They're always They're always trying to make they all want their 15 minutes of fame is what
they
it is,
do,
right? And if I wanted my 15 minutes of fame, I could have grabbed it years ago. That's how, let's just say that's how far back it goes, right? There's a journey. So, so
let me ask you a question. So some people, did you tell me about the glitch, Richard, personally? When we did our debates,
no.
To your knowledge, I didn't know about it, and you didn't tell me, correct?
Correct. I never told you. And
you never told me.
And if I was going to say right now, I believed you figured out or was told around January or February of this year. If not, that's just my own opinion on.
I knew May 8th. May 8th was when I was told. May 8th.
See, so right in that time frame. Like I said, it's going to be a lot of information, and it's going to start back on the very beginning of my YouTube channel. And I've kind of classified everything on my channel at the same time that I built all of this, and how all this information stayed under wraps for as long as it has stayed under wraps for. But at the same time, I know a lot of people are pissed off about it, which I think is kind of crazy. Why be so mad about another person's hustle or struggle? Right.
I agree with that. But let me ask you,
anybody saying, well, maybe I should be privy to some type of information because I hung out with you, or I gave you $1, that's ass backwards. Also, those types of people need to kind of get over themselves with that.
So let me ask you a question, and we won't get in too deep, because if you want to do this a different time or on a different channel or a different day, we could figure those things out if I'm a part of it or not. It doesn't matter to me as much, because I've already done what I needed to do last week, and other people have information. But if you have more, let the community hear it however you feel is necessary. But
I'll put this statement of why people would say, well, why wouldn't Richard have said anything? My blanketed statement was always been the go-to, is I've never said anything about anything of this nature, because this is deactivated. It's against TOS, right? And I'm not going to promote that in any type of way. And anybody promoting that within my community would have been banned or kicked or alleviated from it also, whether I know about information or not, right? It shouldn't matter. It's about keeping a certain guideline of community and the well-being of the mass user. And as you can see, look at the current state of the community, the small community of us, right?
Yeah.
We'll make this video tomorrow. It'll get no more than what, 4 to maybe 10,000 views is what it's going to pick up. It's a very small portion of DoorDash that can figure out about what I'm about to talk about. And I'm going to expose it down to the nitty gritty, because what's out there is not the full story of what it is and what it is capable of and what you are able to do in DoorDash in its current state right now, and people might be pissed off. Oh, you shouldn't say this stuff, but no, it should be said, because there's too many people that are trying to slander my name and backstab me when like I said, my stance from the very beginning has always been to protect the community, just not suck people into something that's not good. And even this conversation that's happening now and the one that's going to happen tomorrow that spills it all is in the long run going to hurt the community of people that use and abuse it, as opposed to people that just figured it out.
So then why say anything? Why say something now? Why did you click the link? You've been seeing, I'm sure you've heard,
because it's a perfect story. It's a perfect story. And to me, I've never given a shit. This is one thing too that my haters don't understand is I give zero fucks. And that's one thing they don't understand. They think that I won't say anything, that I don't want.
I'll say this. I think I would push back a little bit on that because I've also said, hey, I don't give a fuck. But we do give a fuck because if you don't give a fuck, you're not here. And if I didn't give a fuck, I wouldn't have.
I don't give a fuck about me, my own journey and path. What I give a fuck about is the people that we affect that watch this information and then use it and get deactivated. The type of people that we suck into this that don't know what's going on, that are going to be affected by this information right now. Those are the people.
So let me ask you a question.
I care about me. Yeah. I already had my journey. My path is already set. It's already done.
So you knew about the glitch, pushed Top Dasher, but never mentioned the glitch in the videos. Why?
Because Top Dasher has the success of what the bare bones of the glitch is. And I knew that by using a glitch. Let's drop this whole glitch word.
So I know you used it to get your AR high, but you didn't say that in the videos.
But it started at a certain point. Like I said, we'll get into
but
how.
Can't you see why people would have an issue with that?
Yeah, that's fine. That's their own issue though. So this is where you need to understand how this builds up before we just jump into the story and start nitpicking certain spots and my opinion over this, and what I think you should have done, and what the public's personal opinion is. You know, like all of that to me is I really don't, like I said, don't give a fuck. But when it starts affecting people, I give a fuck. But me, it's my own personal decision. Like. Yeah. Don't, do what I say, don't do what I do. You know what I mean?
Sure. And I made the videos last week because people were thinking I knew about it. And in January, because I was being more positive and I tested things out, they thought that I was lying to my viewers using a glitch or whatever you want to call it to
it's an exploit.
Unorganically to exploit the DoorDash app and then not tell my viewer. And I didn't do that. So I was defending myself. So it sounds like you're going to defend yourself, but
of course you had no idea.
Way. I didn't know exactly.
But what I did
by the time I found out about it, my AR was already over 70.
I walked my viewers into having a high acceptance rate or having Top Dasher because that's where those orders are hidden. And by having a high acceptance rate, by default, you're going to catch the higher paying orders. And because the community was in such shambles a year and a half, 2 years ago, no tip, no trip, DoorDash is shitty. At that point, I figured out, no, DoorDash is not shitty. There's a key to it, actually. And that's when I actually came to you. Like, it literally came to you, was about to tell you what it is. But your community and you were so negative towards me that it was like, why would I reach my hand out to help this guy's community and help DoorDash at this point when he is not even accepting of what I have to say and he's ignorant towards the situation? Your ignorance was bliss, right? And I don't blame you or anything for that, right? It's just you not knowing, but also by you not accepting this person to come in who was proving factual things each month that there is success in what this person is saying. Right. You would have easily been accepted into, like, say, the circle of like, hey, this is the way DoorDash works, right? And then you can pick DoorDash away and its backbones on like the way DoorDash really works, right? Not what publicly people think DoorDash is.
Yeah, but you were, so let's say AR matters. Let's just say it. And I've said it in the last few months. I think it matters.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's stop real quick. If people are so mad about the glitch, why would they even be angry about the glitch? Because if they're angry about a glitch, that means that they're admitting to themselves right there that the acceptance rate has always mattered.
Yeah, which I think there's a lot of, it's the irony in it is very poetic, right? Because it's like, okay, well, AR matters, so I'm mad because I had to take $2-3 orders and you cost me money. It's really nonsense, right? But my question to you is
arbitrary.
If AR matters, you told your audience, you hid something from them. That's the issue that people have with you. You hid something.
Yeah, that's something issue. They're gonna have to get up. I get what you're getting at there is like how would you classify that? Like an ethics thing or a morality thing or like a friendship thing or a loyalty thing? Like that piece of that you are privy to know that about me. Why do I owe you that? It's like the respect thing. Why do I owe you to know that piece of information? You're just this random piece of energy out there on the internet, just clicking on things, right?
Yeah,
here's my stance. Also,
why make all the videos talking about Top Dasher and
here's my stance because I helped hundreds, thousands of people go that path and earn more money. So now if I was so wrong and I was hurting people and I was lying to people and I was being deceitful, then what I was preaching would have in fact lost every single person that tried to make money off of, Top Dasher or large order program, red cards, whatever it was that you should be in still now today to make money off of DoorDash, because that's where the money is sitting. Those people that really pushed themselves and went out there and did it, they made money. Those are the comments on my channel.
Listen, I don't disagree with. I think there's some. I think for some drivers, they've obviously seen the reward of it. But I'm gonna. So, the videos that you made saying, "Hey, it's Hell Week. I'm gonna take 5 orders," or you weren't doing that, were you?
I did for like the first few months. Now we're getting into the story here, and I don't really want to get into the story on your channel. I want to go do this on my channel, and this is where I want it all to be laid out on.
Sure. So you came up here tomorrow so people can come watch you tomorrow, basically.
To prep, yeah, and to get an intermediary in between it also to ask the questions, as opposed to me sitting there.
I don't think I'm the guy for that. Only because
why not?
Well, because a lot of the community knows you through me, and then you made your own lane, which is great. I got no problem with that, right? But the lane that you made, I don't know if I can step in it, because, why don't you just make a video and explain yourself? Why do you need a mediator there? Why, you know what I'm saying? Like, why do you feel the need to have that?
I felt,
why not
here
make
it is.
a video?
Here it is. Me trying to include the community and another figure person who could ask questions and who could debate a certain sentence at some certain time on, well, what was the justification of this, or why the decision was made like this, on why you would have moved forward, and when you did that, why did you act in that way? Just stuff like that as the story progresses.
So you'd want me to interview you, almost, is what you're saying. You'd want me to ask questions, you be able to respond. Maybe we have a back and forth. Well, what about this video? What about this? Is that,
well, not specific videos, but just telling the story, and really, because it's all on my YouTube, I can just go through the month thumbnails and break down each month real quick, and it wouldn't be very long to express the story. Right.
Okay. So, tomorrow's one day, bro. I can't. I can't.
That's what I'm saying. It's so quick on it. So it's like, what do you do? Obviously.
Yeah, I got things to do tomorrow. I can't. There's no time for me to have tomorrow, unless we did it in the morning at like 7 a.m. But nobody's gonna watch, right? So, and that'd be too early anyway. So, if you want to give it a little time, give the people to come up with questions. My suggestion to you, you do what you want. It's your channel. You put up a community post. Hey, what questions do you guys have? Handpick 5 to 10 of those questions.
Oh, well, I don't really much care about the questions, because I don't care what their opinion is towards what I did. And I'm saying that in the most lighted, loving way. I'm not trying to be negative at all. It's what I did is what I did. And if somebody's going to be mad about an exploit that's built directly into the app, and you're going to be sour about it because of another person, that's that own.
That's up to you how you want.
You know what I mean?
That's up to you. That's up to you. But a lot of people feel like, well, you're charging for a Discord, which I never had a problem with. I ain't got a make money. I don't give a fuck.
Hold on. There's people that don't even understand. You guys misconstrue that because you guys are ignorant and you never ask the proper questions. So what is your thinking of me charging for a Discord? Explain yourself right there, because you blow it out of proportion every time. And this is where I'm getting with people listen to you and they go, okay, well, he's charging for his Discord. So let's break this one down.
I actually had your back and defended you earlier tonight, because a lot of the misconception from the community, not everybody, but from some people, enough people, was that Richard's charging $40 for the glitch. And I set that record straight tonight. Ron was here. I said, hey, people think this about Richard with and I was like, that's not true, right? And he said, yeah, he was not charging for that, because a lot of people felt some way about that. And so I cleared your name with that immediately, right?
No, I never took 1 penny for this piece of information.
Right. Yeah, I never thought you really did. I didn't know about the glitch.
So the money that we took from people for $40 on a Discord was to coach them how Top Dasher worked, when we understood that having a high acceptance rate, and this is before Diamond, right? So let's even go before Diamond. Before even Diamond comes out, you can have a high acceptance rate, and you get that at the end of the month, and then you would get priority access to higher paying orders as a Top Dasher. This is before the Diamond program, right? So at that point, that's what we were teaching people to do, is how to get your acceptance rate raised up into 70% or higher as a Top Dasher. Take X amount of orders, decline X amount per day, last 5 days of the month, then you would be able to have the perks for the next 30 days of Top Dasher. That's what we charged $40 for people, so that they kind of got like an up to speed on how do I get into the best paying offers.
You charge somebody $40 and you cost them money when you could have just gave them the glitch. Why?
No, at that point we did not cost them any money because they were doing Hell Week. And
when you do Hell Week, sometimes you're going to lose money. That's a fact.
Well, there you go. Sometimes, but through the experience of our people that did it, they made more money during that time because they accepted more and they were getting more pay, and then their offers are getting better as they work their way up at the same time.
So why not? Take $40? Why not take $40 and say, "Hey, I need you to sit in your home for the next day and get your AR this way," and then they didn't have to do Hell Week at all.
Because the value of it, even today, is priceless. This is how ignorant this community is. That they would.
The value of what? The value of what?
The value of the glitch, even today, is priceless on how much more money you can earn off of knowing how to exploit orders and knowing not how to exploit orders. Teaching someone how to exploit orders, I can take someone from $500 a week to $2,500 a week if they really hustle themselves. That's a massive difference, and it exists right now. Anybody can do it. You iPhone users, which I see in the chat, people say that iPhone can't do it. Whatever you guys channel you heard that from, that person's wrong.
Yeah,
you can do it with an iPhone. You can do it with an Android. You can do it with a flip phone. It doesn't matter what it is. You can do it. And this is what it is. It's the power of, like, even in your thing, it says, exposing the frauds, liars and clowns. Knowledge is power, and power in caps, right? The power is knowledge, right? And this exploit is power over the orders in DoorDash. And the community that is so super sour about orders in DoorDash, the literal key and gate code is given to them right now. Like, Sorcerer's Stone is in all of your guys' fucking hands right now, and you're just blabbing it out loud.
Yeah.
Like, to me, it blows my mind. Hold on. It blows my mind that the negative side of the community would try and slander it so far when they're the ones using it also. They're the ones making money from it. And when it gets taken away, all of us are going to take the hit on it and get reset to just being the bare minimum of struggling on DoorDash, like majority people that do. In any video game, in any program, in any business, there's always upper echelon people that are using some type of shortcut or some type of code or some type of something to help them modulate themselves at that high.
I don't think anybody's saying that's not true. The issue is taking $40 and not giving them the ingredients they need, and you made them cook longer than they had to. That's the issue.
No, but hold on. Yes. But you're putting
hold up.
You're putting words in people's mouths that paid, because if that were true, then the people that paid would have your personal opinion. That's your personal opinion, Pedro. That's you projecting what you think. That's not what the people paid. I gave them value. They got Top Dasher. They got better orders. They figured out how to use the system, and they're doing better.
Let me ask you a question. Are you going to have
your personal opinion is that right now? So
yeah, sure.
You can't speak for the people that paid.
I'll learn more. But I think right now I can speak more for the community than you. We could have an argument about that if you want, but that's fine. Are you going to have Ron part of this conversation when you do it?
Ron has a part in the conversation on how it like got learned, the ability of being able to do it. But other than that, Ron has no other than that. Ron, the reason why this is so big right now is because you have a community of people that got negative with me and hated me, and then they want to slander me, and then they want to go share the information with everyone. So if you want to kind of thank people for sharing this information, thank Ron. He's the one that shared it into the community, and why after, say, March, that you figured out it didn't take more than 5 more months for all of YouTube or the gig community of YouTube to figure out what's going on with DoorDash, right? If you look at it through my perspective or where I've been if I've known about the information, I've known about it since June of 2022, a year and a half, a year and 2-3 months that I've known about this, right? And there's people that have known even before that, right? This is public knowledge. Like, for me to say, like, oh, I know, like I'm some messiah, or people are putting me on some pedestal, like I have control or some type of, I don't know. It's weird for me to say, because so many people follow you and then they have their own personal opinion, and their personal opinion is perception, and perception's 9/10 of reality. Do you know what I'm getting at? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think people are going to attach themselves to what they feel is accurate and true. And that's, you know, whether that's true and accurate or not, and it's gonna how it makes them feel and what their experience with DoorDash is. I've been saying since the beginning of the year about that. If you can't make money with DoorDash and you keep doing the same shit, you're ignorant, you're stupid. I have talked to my community in a very harsh way. Like, if you guys expect to do the same thing and want a different result, like you're being crazy, right? So I've been trying to tell people, hey, if you're in a diamond zone, you might want to do this. Try the shop and pay. You can get Dash Now. Like, you don't need to do Hell Week to get Dash Now. You don't. I've proved that in probably 20 videos, right? So like, there's other ways to go around it, even without a glitch. You don't even need.
Correct. So that's like even before I figured it out.
So
I did it, you know, made $200 a day even before I figured it out. It's just, I can make $200 in 6 hours instead of having to do it in 10 hours, right? The difference of just shaving time, right? So it's funny how I read the comments and people's like personal opinions and everything that everybody throws in there. Like, oh, a lot of people are just jealous and pissed off and like, oh my God, you should have told me earlier. Or it's like they have that FOMO that they missed out on something that was going on for so long, and because it was right in front of them, and then they feel some type of way, like they get emotionally attached to it, right? Like, I could get super emotional and be like, oh, screw everybody and all this, right? As you can see, I'm a calm person. I've always been a calm person. I'm very level-headed. I know when to speak and how to speak, if that makes sense. And that's why for like 10 days or so, I didn't say anything to see what the community would do, like the community's personal opinion. And you can see how many accusations and personal opinions come up about somebody when they have no idea even what they're talking about. They only know from the lens of where they're sitting, which you can't fault those people, right? That's their reality, where they are in it. What they know is what they know, right? And when they get a new piece of information in, then they can adjust their lens on how to now reflect and see how they want to see the world from that new piece of information coming in.
Absolutely. And that's what I did last week, because I have a brand, I have a business, I make money, I have sponsors. You're not going to talk shit on me that's not true unless you have receipts and facts. So last week I was like, you guys could come up. I didn't know about the glitch till this date. I referenced all my videos because I don't want somebody taking food off my plate. I'm not going to have my name slandered. I'm not going to do it, right?
Yeah. And
you can do whatever you need to do to give the people the story, and then they're going to make their own. They're going to perceive that this way. I want to ask you a question, though. I want to ask you a question because I appreciate you coming on. I think it's a good idea for you to explain it if you feel the need to, right? But the analogy I'm going to give you is this. You, like I said, the $40 is irrelevant to me. Like, good for you. I hope you made money. Like, I don't care. Like, don't care about that, right? That's your business as a man to make money. And if people got value out of it and there's no issues, I got no issues. This is the one thing I would challenge you on. And it's like you're a hitting instructor, Richardson City's batting coach for the new Las Vegas team. Okay. Mm-hmm. And you're going to charge on an hour-to-hour basis. And you're a hitting instructor. This is a real job. Many people do it. I know a few of them. And you have 10 guys that coming in, you're putting them in the batter box and you're saying, hey, I'm going to work on your technique, your stance. You're giving them tips and tricks, a different way to look and attack the baseball. Right? Yeah. Up in the box, back in the box, you know, on this kind of pitcher, you're going to adapt, you know, you get the analogy, and then they see you in the batting box, beginning of practice, in the middle, you're instructing them and you're hitting fucking boom, doubles, home runs. I'm referencing your videos where you're showing good results. Right. And sometimes you'll strike out because we all do, but everybody's like, man, I want to learn from this guy. So if he's going to charge me some money or I'm going to watch him for free on YouTube, I'll gladly do it because I see he has high performance that I don't have at the plate. But what you didn't tell other people, the 10 people that come to your camp, is that you're taking steroids. And you're not telling them about the steroids, but you're expecting them to learn. And some of them might do okay, but you're on steroids and you're not telling them that information. That's how I look at it. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, 100%. So how does that make you feel then?
It makes me feel that if Barry Bonds, you know, Jose Canseco, Sammy Sosa, great sluggers that have all pretty much admitted in some way or not that they took steroids to boost their home runs, to go from 35 a year to 50, from 50 to 72. Barry Bonds shouldn't be, and he tried this and it didn't work, shouldn't be a hitting instructor if he's not telling people how he got to 72 home runs. That's how I feel about it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. That's how I feel. And I think I'm saying that because I think the community feels that way. And you know, it's up to you what you want to, you know, care about it or not. And if the people that you instructed don't feel any type of way about it, if the 10 people that you put in that batting cage, if they feel like they're okay, then you can stand on that, right?
For the value that I taught them in the program that they bought, 100%, I fulfilled 100% of my duty towards that program. Does that make sense? As in, the program you bought is the program you bought. Anything that I do on my personal time is my personal business. It doesn't concern you. And I gave you the value that you opted in for, that you knew you were going to get, that you expected, and that you got value for. For me to put a cherry on top and say, oh, also check it out, you can take drugs and it'll help you out to lift more weights, hypothetically, that shouldn't be something that you hold that person accountable for because they have the knowledge of. Do you know what I mean? Like if you went to court or something and said, well, because he had the knowledge of knowing how to shoot a gun, I think he's going to kill someone with a gun. Like it's not going to hold up. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I disagree. I think that
I see your perspective though, is it's like you're coaching these 10 people and you're telling them how to get buff and they see your physique and your results, but your physique and results also has 10% of something.
You're not telling them how to get buff, because you can get buff and big without steroids. You're telling them how to hit a baseball further, and that steroids clearly helps you with that. So that's
whatever
you know what I'm saying?
Like,
yeah, like that's the difference.
But see, at this now, it's like it's apples to oranges. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's someone's opinion over someone else's opinion, and if someone's going to get sour over it, then that's fine. Like we can all agree, and obviously people are not going to agree, and some people are going to agree, and some people are going to be neutral, some people are not going to care at all on what the circumstance is, right? And I'm ready for that too. I understand that, and I know that's an outcome. So whatever outcome that is to be, when I say my story is what it is. Like to me, here's what it is. I don't give a fuck. I have zero fucks in that perspective because I've already played it out, right? There's no like changing what happened.
No, absolutely not. I think so.
But here also in with my DoorDash story, I helped thousands of people. I put more money in people's pockets. I motivated thousands of people, and I'm still doing that, and that's why I'm here. And regardless if I was using an exploit or not, I'm still out there hustling. I'm still taking orders. I'm still busting my ass. I'm still putting hours in, and I'm still just doing the job, you know. So
no, I don't take that away from you. I think you're still doing the work. You're still having to have good days, bad days, right? But when you make as many videos as you did and you hide a big piece of it, I think that's where people have the issue. Or maybe you didn't. Maybe, you know, I don't know. That's your story to tell, but that's the perception, at least, right? And perception is not always reality. But when you go quiet as long as you did, people are going to make up their own assumptions, and you know that. So then now, obviously, you need to say something, and you're doing that for a purpose. You don't seem like somebody that's doing something just to do it. There's obviously a result you're trying to achieve by clicking my link and also by making a video. And we'll see what that is. I don't know what it is. That's for you to tell us, I guess, or not. But obviously there's something there, because you don't have to do anything, right? I mean, if you feel good about it and everybody got value, you shouldn't have to say anything. So we'll see.
No, I think it's a very cool story to show, and not only that, expose the problems with DoorDash right now, because also at the same time, like I said, when I first introduced this, and I did this to protect the community and not saying anything as I knew about it, and as I have a channel and I can get my 15 minutes of fame. What you're seeing right now is you're seeing the fucktards who want their 15 minutes of fame coming out and barking like a little rat dog as loud as they can, and they're going to slander anybody's name that they could possibly pull through the mud at the same time. But you guys have watched my channel for, you know, a year and a half or 2 years that I've been on. I'm not a negative person. I don't come out with negative information. I don't try and like talk shit about people or other people's channels or disagreements or whatever people want to put in. People try and get Pedro and I to fight all the time and say, this is what he said and this is what he said. And then they literally make fucking fake comments in my Discord and retype them and copy paste them and send them over and try and create controversy. And I have to deal with this shit. Like it's hilarious to me, like what people try and do to rip someone down. Me, like I said, I've always been out just trying to show that people, you can just go out and you can hustle, you know, and by the side effect of me hustling super hard, I stumbled upon an exploit in DoorDash, and that's what happened to me. you know, and that's the story I want to tell people. And at the same time, it's cool because I used the exploit to help motivate people and show people where more money was in DoorDash's system. And that's my perception, my lens, my reality on how I see it. And you guys, you know, people can be negative in the comments. You guys can call me losers and what it is, but you have to understand I'm a person living from my perspective and you're a person living from your perspective. We all have different realities on how things play out, and different things happen to different people at different times. And I'm not the only one that knew about an exploit in DoorDash. So for a lot of people that want to rip me about that, you know, you guys.
No, it's not about that. It's about making content. It's not that you didn't know. I mean, other people knew about it clearly before you and I, maybe even a year or two before, but they didn't make videos talking about Top Dasher. There's a big difference there. Knowing about it, you know, that's the difference. And so I think people, you know, you might find it hard, and you don't care. You said it doesn't matter, but you can't call yourself a teacher.
This goes out to a group of what, maybe 4,000 to 10,000 people are going to watch this and have their judgmental, you know, opinions about what they feel this situation should be or shouldn't be. And that's them from their perspective and their lens. Everybody's allowed to have their own personal opinion.
Absolutely.
But, you know, like I said, it's already played out and it's already done. What they're getting is they're getting the privilege to see somebody else's lens. I'm like, it's funny how I say this. I feel like, you know, this is where more people will rip me. It's like you said, I don't have to say anything. But by me saying this, I know I'm going to help people by saying it, by getting it out there, by showing vulnerabilities or showing that you can express something that some people think are very negative, and you have a lot of like exposure of people talking negatively on your name about it, yet you're going to speak about it when some people just curl up in a ball or delete their channel or delete content or ban people or whatever it is, right? You know, people act in these crazy ways. But I think it's cool that I'll get to express my story through my lens, and hopefully, and I know the people that are the good people will respect that. They'll see it as it is, and the people that are super judgmental and negative, they'll keep recreating that in their life. They'll be judgmental, they'll be negative. That karmic wheel of negativity will keep happening in their life, you know. And I'm here to attract the positive people, which I've attracted a lot of positive people in DoorDash. A lot of the negative people obviously don't come to my channel. My channel obviously doesn't grow as fast because I don't talk on the negative lights, and obviously controversy and negativity will attract people quicker, will create the conversation faster, will get more people talking, right? It's like, I understand all of these things and know these things. But I do my way in a certain way because I only want to attract a certain energy and positive energy around me, you know, and you're like that too. And you preach that also, is get the negativity out. I mean, and it's hard because we're on a public platform where we have thousands of people that are looking at us, and their majority, you know, 98% of people generally have that negative thought over them versus the positive thought, and they let the negative one override the positive one, you know. So
let me ask you this. So the people that you had that was part of your learning circle, right? Do they know that you were using the glitch or not?
Probably not. No,
probably not. So they'll find out. So you don't think that there might be some people that might feel some type of way once they have that information, or you're not concerned about that?
No, yeah, I wouldn't be concerned with any of those people because, like I said, I gave them the value that they had paid for. They got earnings from that. They've made more money. They've messaged me afterhand. They've, you know, so like there was never a negative transaction. I don't know how to really say that. You know, there was never somebody that came back and was like, hey man, you know, what the fuck did you do to me or anything like that. Right. And I think that's where you keep, through your lens, you're seeing it as like, it's like something negative happened right there. But
no, I don't know that. That's why I asked. I don't know. I have, you know,
okay.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Well, no, I never had anybody come back. And if there was, I mean, they would be publicly, they would have found me on YouTube. And if you were, go in the comments and say, hey, yeah. I mean, now I say that you're going to get trolls to obviously.
Well,
yeah, I did.
We can't control that.
Yeah. You can't control all of that.
You know, so, I think it's for me, I wanted to defend my name last week because people are like, oh, you're lying to your community. I never lied about my earnings, never lied about this. So I gave a timeline of, you know, I was ready at this. So for me, hold on, let me finish. So for me, it's like, you know, people came at me because like, oh, you can't tell people You can't teach people and give them tips and tricks when you were lying to them. You can't paint a picture that's not true, right?
Yeah.
So for me, yeah, irregardless of what people think, how you help them, if they were satisfied and got value, paid or not, that's between you and them. So anybody else's opinion, if they weren't part of that circle, is they can have
they
it,
can
right?
they can say
But,
you frauded that person, right, but not unless
they
that
can
person...
say they can say that, but I don't think you can call yourself a teacher knowing if you use the glitch. That's my opinion. Now, you could be somebody that has knowledge about AR might matter in zones, but you're not somebody that can say you can teach or should be like a professor. Does that make, because you didn't share with your classroom everything that you knew. That's how I look at it.
Okay. I see your point of view. You know, it's fair to have, you know, your point of view. I'm not going to knock it and say you're wrong or something, you know, fair enough. You know, that's from your,
I mean, that's just, I think that's where, you know, it's going to be up to you. You already said you don't give a fuck. You give 0 fucks. So it doesn't, I don't think what people say after you give them the story is going to matter, because you'll have some people that are going to support you, and you'll have some people that will hate you. You'll have some people that will come out and dislike you even more now that they found out and you just said, hey, I used the glitch. Now they're going to be like, I knew it, but now he said it publicly. And so now I don't, you know, and I know that doesn't matter, right? But I think it's going to be important for you, if you're going to tell a story, let's make sure it's everything. But then it's also like, you got to have receipts, man. I think for me, at least, you know, that's my recommendation, whether it's, hey, these are people in my Discord, they had no problem. Look, I made them make an extra $100 every week or whatever. Like, otherwise, if your word alone telling the story at now isn't going to have a lot of credibility, in my opinion, unless you have people backing you up. That's just my 2 cents on it, right?
Credibility towards what?
Your story. You could say anything. At this point, you've already said that you knew about the glitch and didn't tell the people that paid you money, and you didn't tell people on YouTube when you were making Top Dasher content. So you could tell any story right now. And how are people supposed to believe anything you say without having some receipts and some people to
correct? So here, this is where it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. So even me coming on the channel right now. So April Fools, guys, I'm joking. I had no idea until UDM came out with a video, and that's when I figured it out. And all of you guys telling me just told me how to do the glitch. And I was like, what the hell is all this information? So I just want to say thank you to all of you guys that opened your mouths about this. And I've been using it over the last 10 days because I don't care, because everybody's using it. What are they going to do? Ban all of us? No, they're just going to patch it. I literally made $7,000 last week by exploiting orders, only taking large orders. Like, what the fuck? It's awesome. Well, it's awesome.
But clearly that's not the case, right?
See, so this is where it is. Anybody can say anything at any point. Even right now, as people are saying, well, Sin City used the exploit. So obviously, it's you're trying to say, like, I can make up a story. People obviously know I was doing something at some point, or they have some type of theory it was.
Yes.
So yes, obviously.
Last week I could have made up a story. I could have made up a stories as well. But my point to you, Richard, is I brought video evidence and receipts with dates, and have a number of people that can back up my story. So you could say what you just said, and you learned about it from UDM, and we know that you're being funny. But my point is, you're going to have to, either you should say it and come and show receipts, or don't say anything. That's just my opinion.
I don't know what receipts I would need other than me to explain the story. And then at the end of my story, each and every single one of you can go out and use the exploit right now and go make more money off of DoorDash starting today. And I will break down every little secret of what you can do with DoorDash. And like, even if you've never used it, Pedro, or the week that you made $2,000 or whatnot, like, I didn't know about it then. Hold on. So let me say, so even if your market is that lush without using an exploit, dude, with an exploit, you can probably make $5,000-$6,000 a week out of your city if you're making $2,000 on an autopilot.
Maybe.
No, yes, there's no doubts, and this is what's hilarious, because everybody says, well, no Top Dasher doesn't work, no, your high acceptance rate doesn't work. I'm telling you right now, dude, you can make so much more money. And see, this is where it gets sketchy, right? Why would I try and tell you to go break the rules right now, right? This is where it gets sketchy. Why would you go listen to this other YouTuber, go onto your account and go do something that's going to possibly deactivate you, incriminate you, or whatever people want to say it is.
No, yeah, you know, I found out about it May 8th. I didn't say anything because for the same reason. I was told, hey, don't say nothing. It's like,
why would you? Why would I? It's so powerful. And that's why. So right now, why would this small community, and I don't mean like us, I mean like lower subbed people that are trying to like reach up right now. And I'm not trying to put that in any way. Like I'm not trying to pedestal us at all. I'm just going by like a strictly
that's what it is. That's what they're definitely riding coattail. I mean, I'll say it. That's what people do on YouTube.
Okay, so they do. So okay, so we can agree to that as people will try and latch onto your nuts and try and pull. So why would this community now, if they knew I knew about this so long ago, why would now only be the time to bring it out? Do you know what I mean? Like why would it be on such a delay to hit the community if these people wanted to tear someone down? And I've got an answer for this. I'm just walking into it. It's because when you get into friendships with people and you share information to those people, and then that relationship turns sour between those two people, one person's going to have some jealousy towards another person, and they're going to go tattletale, and they're going to go run to other people, and they're going to go try and spread lies. Like hypothetically, the girlfriend that, you know, you broke up with, and now she tells all of your friends that you have a little dick, right? And that because that makes you self-secure, you know, or insecure about yourself. And she knows it, so she tells everybody, and she tells all her girlfriends around, and now you feel like this little small person around all of these people, right? I think it's funny that right now that this community is choosing to come out with this information when they are full and well using it at the same time, exploiting the same exact way.
I think the reason it got out is because people that had smaller channels, like you said earlier, wanted to, they assumed that I knew. So they attacked me and others, but I was one of the main ones. Oh, Pedro knows, and he's lying, and they made content because they either felt something, but they were ignorant. So I just said
the ignorance of it.
The ignorance of it, exactly, right? I don't know.
That's what's happening right now. And I want to go back to like the importance of the information, the how much power is behind this exploit right now that these people are talking about. Like, shit you not, you will make more money using this exploit, bar none, right? And I'm not promoting anybody to go out and do this. You just did. You just told
of course
people, it's going to.
Pedro, but you made 2,000, but you could have made 5 or 6. So anybody hearing that's gonna, why wouldn't they use it?
Why wouldn't they go out and do it? Exactly. So when this information goes to those shitty communities and they share it with everybody, but here's also the caveat to it. It's probably not going to work for you because there's thousands of people in every single city using it right now, and the quality or quantity of what you're going to try and get is no longer there in certain areas that this information is more popular in. Does that kind of make sense also? Because you have bigger groups of communities who are controlling areas, who are scraping the orders, and you have groups in areas that have no idea. So obviously it's not affected. So those dashers can have a good experience. What these dashers are doing that are using it, okay, hold on. Let me say this. When a few people are using it, it's not that bad. When everybody in the community is using it, then it starts to hurt the system a bit. And that's what we're running into at this point in time also, is now that more people are going to use it, it really doesn't help at all to use it because everybody's using it. So it's one of those things where it diminishes itself. And it doesn't.
Let me ask you a question. You're saying everybody's using it. I think a very small percentage of drivers that have a Dash app are using this glitch.
Oh, well, for sure. But what I'm getting at is, say, the people that are watching this information right now, as it gets spread every single day, as people can't keep their mouth shut.
In a grand scheme, a very small amount.
In a grand, like I said, this thing will get like 4,000, 10,000 views or something like that. And the people that are getting privy to the information through somebody else's lens. Now, I've never said how it works or how to do it or what to do. You guys can find that amongst yourselves right now. But tomorrow, I'll show everybody exactly what the dealio is with it. And this is something DoorDash really should address also, because here it comes down to also, again, is this information is powerful. With this information comes great responsibility. And with that great responsibility should have been keep your mouth shut. And you knew that as somebody who has thousands of followers or runs a household, who has a wife, who has kids, who understands what responsibility is when that piece of information came through you, your field automatically told you what you should do with that information. And that was just keep it on the DL, right? But as you can see, the information that hits other people, they can't think the same way because they don't have the same discipline or composure in life as others do. So they're going to, spout it out to everybody, right? So I think it's just time for everybody to kind of know what's going on. The people that are in the gig community that want to take advantage of DoorDash, you definitely can. It's the only app that you can do this, that to my knowledge, you know. And if we're going to ride this little wave, then maybe all of us that want to bitch and complain together, then how about let's all just stick it to DoorDash, because that's really what we've always wanted to do. And that's what I've always done. So all of you guys that have called me a clown and called me an idiot, I've been riding above. I've been on top of the wave the entire time. I've never taken a shitty order. Never had to deal with bullshit like you guys.
Yeah, but you've been on top. You've been on top of the
because
wave.
you guys focus on the wrong stuff. You guys focus on negativity, and you focus on the wrong shit. So you create more negative shit that happens to you. The wave of negativity keeps hitting you. I don't focus on that stuff, and I don't look at things negatively. I don't even look at this event as a negative event. This is all positive in the grand scheme of life.
You're on top of the wave. I was in the middle, and I brought people up. You were on the top, and you took money from people in the middle without telling them how to get to the top quicker. That's the issue.
But see, hold on. That's your
no.
personal bias again. That's your bias. That's your bias against somebody saying that you think I defrauded somebody, dude.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't use that.
Somebody paid me for their time. I took money from someone so I can give them my time and help them with information they didn't have. And that's what any instructor or teacher does. And if you can't see that, Pedro, then I don't. It's something you got to. You don't have to.
Wrong.
This is an event that we're going to keep arguing over.
Oh, and that's okay. It's good. It's good. Have you coached kids or any kind of sports teams before?
Not like sports teams, no.
Okay, I've done a lot of coaching. Okay, so if I knew of a technique on how to get a basketball player to shoot a higher percentage at the free throw line with their elbow, their feet, they're all the things, the mannerisms. If I knew how I could help them and I delayed it by even one game, I'm a horrible coach. Point blank, period. My job as a coach, whether I'm being paid or not, if I have all the information, I'm sharing that information.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So
okay,
you were on top of the wave and you let some people get to the top with you, but it was delayed. And I think you did it so that you could take more money. That's my opinion.
Okay, so hold on. You keep going to the whole money.
No.
So hold on. Let me ask this. How much money do you think I made? How much money do you think I? Well, no, because you obviously think it's a lot of money. Let me just break it down, bro. Bro, I made like $300 or $400 from that. Like we only had like 7 or 9, 10 people buy it. So for whatever you think is here, like you keep harping on it, so it affected you somehow in some type of way. It makes you feel. I'm
not harping. I'm making a point. My point is.
Okay, go ahead.
My point is, a good instructor, a good leader, a good teacher doesn't hide information from the people they're trying to make better. Regardless if it's one person or 1,000.
We're gonna keep getting to this point of you saying, well, you hid this little piece from information, and I'm gonna keep getting to the point of
no, it's not little, Richard. You just said it's a game changer. It's not little. You've said it's a game. You can't. You're undermining the significance of it. You're talking on both sides of your mouth. You're saying it's a game changer, Pedro. You just lost out on $4,000. You just told me that. Yeah. And then now you're saying it's little when you reference the people that you helped. That makes no sense.
Because what you bought is what you purchased. You didn't know that I had this balloon above you with all of the extra money in it. You purchased the box that was hanging from the balloon, and that's what I sold you. And now that you've found out that there's a balloon above you and you're sour, that your ice cream scoop is smaller than your brother's, and you want to have this hissy fit over it, that's what I feel like you're running into. You're not privileged to that piece of that information. That information has no value to you until I tell you about it, and then it has value.
So
and you want to purchase that value now?
Richard, you just proved my point, bro. You said that piece of information doesn't have any value, but you've been saying it's a game changer.
It is, but I'm not going to tell you that piece of information because you didn't purchase that level of information. Okay. That doesn't make sense to you.
Did you give them the opportunity to give you more money to get that information?
No.
Then there's no tier. You only had one tier. That makes no sense.
Because if they would just use Top Dasher long enough, then they would run into this exploit by watching their acceptance rate. People that run into like picking up how to do this, it's because of the focus of their acceptance rate, and they see something happen and they realize, holy shit, well, why don't I take advantage of that now? It's built right into the app. I might as well do it. You're gonna always try and twist it in your little way to try and prove your point. And you have validity in the way you want to do it. You're going to disagree with this and try and slough me down again. You have your personal opinion on how you see it, but your opinion is not the correct opinion. So for you to preach it like, no, this is what it is, and this is the way everybody sees it. No, Pedro, not everybody sees it that
I'm
way.
giving you an analogy as somebody that used to coach little middle school age girls basketball. Okay. So that I'm going back in my mind, like, why would I not tell them how to be better and score more points per game?
So here, okay, perfect.
Why would I hide that from them?
Why would I not tell this person? Here's it is from what I said when I first came into this. The reason why I would not tell this person is putting them in the risk of deactivation and risking their account for this exploit that exists. And this is, pre anybody knowing it. So we don't know the level of like what could happen if DoorDash knows about you doing this, under wraps. Right now, with it being such a big thing, DoorDash can't do much. And if they're going to ban people, then they could probably come onto YouTube, be like, which people were talking about it. Okay, go after those creators, try and find their accounts, and then ban those specific accounts. But in the long thing, there's hundreds, if not thousands of people using it right now who just picked up the information and go use the information, right? And like, what about those accounts and all those types of people? So I feel like it's gone so far out of range that like it doesn't matter. Just talk about it at this point. And if people are going to use it, just like how Flex had come out with different versions of the app to show full tips, and it's like that shit existed, and it's not until it's pushed way out there and everybody start using it, and people doing it, and then DoorDash figures it out and boom, let's patch that real quick and fix that. Right? The same shit's going to happen with this, and it's like the community is so at throats with each other, right? Like people can't like. I don't know how to say this. Like people.
Well, I think they're at throats because we have people that are struggling, not making money, and when they see people like you and I and other people talking about programs, but they feel like they're not giving all the information, they have issues, and they should. They have, as viewers and subscribers that have paid you and I money, thousands of dollars. You've made thousands of dollars on YouTube. I know you have. So they want answers. So when things come to me, I'll just say, all right, let's talk. Click a link. What do you want to know? Right. So, and you're going to do the same to your credit. And I think that's fine. And people will be able to decide what they believe and what they don't believe.
Let's go back to how you were saying, like, if you were to give your bodybuilder so much information, but not the top, the whole thing was like to protect them from not being part of what could be the negative to come of like getting deactivated or being banned from DoorDash or even this conversation, right? It's like the controversy about these people, about other people's opinion, what other people think about you and how people deal with that stress. Cause it's a lot of anxiety, you with a large channel, I know you have it under control. You know how to deal with people. It's to you. I know it's something that's probably just like a light switch, turn it on and off. Don't deal with it, deal with it. It's not much, but other people don't have that, composure about themselves, and they'll let something like this destroy themselves. Or imagine the worker right now that's been using the exploit and doesn't want this to come out, and now it's all over the place, and then they patch it and this person can't use it anymore. That person gets affected, right? Yeah. And there's tens or hundreds of thousands of people like that right now. You could essentially say my channel was I was one of those people still hustling DoorDash, skimming the orders, but still having results, still having to go out there and do it all. People that still have all the programs will still go make money and they'll still have a good experience. It will be a lot hard. They'll have to put in the more hours to hit the same numbers that somebody using the exploit would have done. Not to say everybody still can make the same money. It's the effort put in that changes the effort.
Sure. So in saying that, you said it's against TOS earlier is what you said. I think that was your stance on it. So if DoorDash sees that you are saying what you're saying, do you think they might deactivate you?
Well, there you go. See, this is now it's all over YouTube. So it's like this could all be a fake story, just like how you were saying before. So us publicly talking about it, it's already like you open Pandora's box at this point. DoorDash, I believe, like, okay, so have you ever coded for video games? Do you know what coding is?
I would never know how to even, that would be no way. I could never do something like that. Not interested.
Okay, so shit, I forgot where I was going to go with the coding. What was I saying right before that?
Well, listen, my question was, do you think How would you feel if DoorDash deactivated you and other drivers in this community that admitted to using the glitch? How would you feel if you got deactivated? So you make your video tomorrow. Next Monday, you wake up to a Dash and you can't get on. Are you concerned about that or not at all?
Yes and no. So hold on. Okay, so now I remember. So before, like, if people were using this exploit and it wasn't public and nobody kind of knew about it and DoorDash could figure it out, let's go back to the video. Now I remember the video game, why I was going to use the video game analogy. So if I created a video game and you guys were cheating in my video game using aimbot and ESP and looking through walls and killing each other, do you understand that? Right? Using like cheats, right? But this was a private cheat that you created but didn't release to the public, and I found out that it was in there, I would just ban all of you guys using it. Does that make sense? Yep. Now, a public cheat, this isn't going to work as well, but what I would do is I would ban the public cheat so the public cheat no longer works, but don't ban majority of the users. That's sad. This is kind of a bad analogy, but don't ban the users that were using the public cheat because they got sucked into it because of the asshole who dropped the public cheat, who sucked them into it, unknowns to their ignorance, and now they got banned from it because of the actions from a dumbass who released that information to those people. And they would have never been in the circumstance they were in if that individual would have took a responsibility for the information pre-hand and not releasing it to the public. Does that make sense?
But yeah, but everybody. So one person found out about it, whether it was from a DoorDash IT person or whatever, right? Or you just stumbled upon it because you kept getting paused because you didn't have reception. And then you noticed, oh my God, I went from 70 to 71, but I didn't do it.
Correct.
And then you tried it. And that's how some people found out about it.
Correct.
And maybe on their own, and others, you're sitting in a Walgreens parking lot. Hey, I found this out. Check it out.
See, those people,
spreads.
But those people that figure it out that way generally would keep it to themselves because it's just something they stumbled upon. What we're seeing is different on YouTube. It's dynamic because it's somebody coming out to try and like get the click or try and help that, like, ooh, look what I can do for you guys. They're trying to expose and take advantage of the clicks or like make a new friend or something. Or the 15, I like to use the 15 minutes of fame one, is trying to get that exposure to be like, look at me, look what I did for you, and look at the value I provided. But what sucks is the way it's done is the value is not shown very well in the way that it's presented. And how it's actually can be used, or say the top professionals using it and using it at its fullest potential, is different than what's on YouTube right now, and it's different than what the people that leaked it. You could say the people that leaked it have a very low understanding of the way it works. Not to say the low understanding is still good enough to make it work, if that makes sense, but you can use it in a certain way that'll definitely help your dashing throughout the day. And like I said, anybody that uses, if you struggle with DoorDash, then having this piece of knowledge would not make DoorDash struggle at all. You would just go out and take what you want to take and, set your limit of what you want to make for the day and go hit that number and go home. And this is what a lot of people have been doing. And this is why people didn't want this information to be public, because it's one of those things. It's just, you guys, you go do your thing.
Let me ask you this. I did a video last week. I didn't talk about it this week at all. It wasn't a topic tonight. Why did you come on tonight's show and you're going to further let more people know about it? Why not? It would have sizzled out, in my opinion. So why are you doing what you're doing?
I'm giving the negative community, like the slanderer community, what they want right now to closure out this chapter of what I've done through my life. It's just through my lens, right? Everybody gets to tell their story or get to say what they want, and like I said, I think this story will be positive and actually help people as much as people want to say this is negative or you're scamming people, or I'm just living my life and I happen to pick up a piece of information, knowledge that's helped me. You can hate me for that, and that's cool. When I made my YouTube channel, I didn't make my YouTube channel to like be liked, right? I just made my YouTube channel to be known, and by doing that, it helped me not really take like offense to all of the people that want to be negative towards you, don't like you, right? It's like, I've got red hair, got freckles, wear glasses, hairline's receding. I've got all the things against me for people to be like, screw this guy, But,
I get it.
But I don't try and allow any of that to affect me. When people come up with these cute names, I like this one, the Glitcher. I think that one's a really good. So hey,
that's pretty good. You got to.
That one was a good one.
Listen, I gotta ask you a question.
Yeah.
There's a guy Thomas Schubeck Industries. You've heard of him? You've seen him, right?
I don't know.
So he made himself look like you in the last week. So he has a backwards hat, glasses. He shaved his beard. He has a mustache. Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
See, this is what's cool about.
Interesting.
This is what's cool about.
You should be flattered by that. You should be flattered.
No, I was gonna say like right here. I'll respond to it. So this is what's really cool about energy. That I guess I don't know how to really say this, but what you think you become, right? And it's kind of like philosophical right here. So the more you think about something in your life, the more you start attracting that type of nature into your life and that type of circumstance into your life, right? And that's like kind of how I started my YouTube channel and how I started, doing DoorDashing and all of where you guys kind of see me right now is I believed I could be here and I believe I will be here. And even as this may be like a negative event, like in a lot of people's eyes, this is part of my growth to be a larger channel, to get to 10,000, 20,000, hit that freaking, 100K play button. You're going to get yours too, right? As long as we keep grinding, we're going to have our haters that hate us. We're going to have the people that like us. You're going to have the people that watch us for, a month and then drop off and, they disappear. And it's like, you have the friends that are here along the way. I like to attribute it this way. Life is like a big bus stop. It's just a big giant line and you're on this bus. And as you go through life, there's little dots and those are, bus stops. And majority of people in life like to talk about the bus stop they were on. So as the bus travels, an event happens and the event is the bus stop. Does that kind of make sense? So right now we're on like a bus stop in the gig community right now. And all these people get to learn about this exploit or this glitch and they get to learn what other people were doing and maybe some of their favorite people that they were watching. They're like, oh, wow, he really tricked me or, he conned me the whole time. He was deceptive. I don't like him. He's an asshole. But that's the knowledge they get when they get to the bus stop, right? And as they get to the bus stop, they create a new world lens of how they see everything. And then what happens is the bus takes off again. And as the bus takes off, everybody on the bus talks about what happened on the previous bus stop. And if they were on any bus stop before that, they talk about that information. The 98% of people do this. You and me and creators, we're talking about the next bus stop ahead that hasn't happened yet. We're talking about the 50,000 subscribers you wanted when you started this year, making your personal goals. And a lot of people allow the environment to dictate their personal reality. So an event will happen in reality, and that event is a piece of information that hits them. And as it comes through them, then they realign themselves and then they act on that piece of information. And the gig community is like that. Everybody's getting this download of information pushed into them right now, and they're all having to react to the environment, and they're literally just reacting, right? There's no really thought put into it, as opposed to your channel. There was thought put into it. There was thought put into that house you bought. There was thought put into that baby when you wanted it. There was thought into that girl when you chose her and you wanted to be her wife or her be your wife, right? There's thoughts put behind these things. And I feel like in this gig community right now, it's super, super negative. And because negativity is feeding negativity, or one negative person talks to one negative person and they agree, and then they ask another person and 3 of them agree, then 3 or 4, then 5, right? And then they start assimilating. It's that thing of energy. Energy attracts each other. And this gig community, I don't want to like say this is fact because I don't really know the numbers in this, but I feel like a lot of us that are in this gig community are because you failed a job, because you don't want to work for someone, you don't want to be told what to do. You're your own boss, and really what it comes down to is you're an insecure little bitch who doesn't want to work, who doesn't want to take responsibility for your life, and this is the last thing that you have. Now, we've said this in other things, and I'm just generalizing. I don't want to generalize.
I think after you make this video, this is me. I'm just listen. I shoot it straight, just like you. I think you're gonna get kicked off the bus, bro. And I think you're nuking your channel right now on this live. And I think whatever you do tomorrow is going to continue that. And I think it's going to be very hard for you to continue to grow because people aren't going to trust you. That's what I believe.
That's fine.
And that might fuel you to prove me wrong. But I think you're
going to here what it is that's fine.
I'm just being honest, bro.
Because that's a small portion of the people that know of my name right now who will get this piece of information and be like, well, I don't agree with that. So block. And then I will fall out of their life. And that's fine. Because me still being the positive person I am, I will just move on and continue to doing what I'm doing. And that will attract other positive people towards me. And it will continue to grow. You know, one event doesn't define you as a person.
No, events don't define you. If anything, I could speak to this. I've been through a lot of fucking bullshit on YouTube, but I'm still here. My channel still grows because I stand 10 toes down and I keep it 100 and I attack. And like, if it's something significant, I'm on it. And I think you're going to get kicked off the bus, man. And I think if you don't handle this right tomorrow, your channel's in trouble. I'm telling you that right now.
That's cool.
And if anything, I respect you on a level because you came and clicked the link. And you got balls, and I respect a man that's got balls. You got big ones, and I really respect that. But I think if you don't do this, if you don't handle it the right way tomorrow, your channel's fucked. That's what I believe.
That's cool. You know, you like I said, everybody has their own personal opinion on how they want to look at things. And if you want to have the doom and gloom,
there's no doom and gloom. I said if you don't handle it correctly. I think if you handle it correctly.
See, but you use the word correctly, like correctly has some underlying pins on. If you hit this notation, this notation, then it's correct. Like it's just a bullshit ass word that you're using right there. Your personal opinion.
There's right ways to handle things and there's wrong ways to handle things. In the court of public opinion, the
court of public opinion, exactly.
And this is YouTube. We're on the public, right? Your channel's public, right?
Of course.
So that's what I'm referencing. I'm not saying if you do something, it's wrong or right. We're talking about channels here. You're talking about you want to grow your channel. I'm giving you a piece of advice because I've had to handle a lot of shit on YouTube. I've made mistakes and I've made videos I wasn't proud of. I've responded to comments. I've done things I'm not proud of. But I'm saying if you don't handle this correctly, in my opinion, it's going to be the disaster of Sin City deliveries on YouTube. That doesn't mean you can't do other shit in another platform. But on YouTube, I've seen it with Blake Moore from Moore Finance. He did some shady shit. He's never recovered. And he's had to pivot. And his channel and he was hot as fuck on YouTube. And he didn't recover. So that's what I'm saying. So if your YouTube is important to you, you got to handle tomorrow correctly. That's
So like I said, in this world, I've always done events exactly when I was supposed to do them at the perfect timing, right when I was supposed to. And this event is playing out at perfect time. Exactly how it should. My consciousness told me to do this exactly at this point. Sure. The worst thing to do in this circumstance as a shitty human being would to be completely silent, would to not speak it, would to lie to myself, internally keep the lie the whole entire time. And then at that point, then yes, now I've deceived my entire community. But by me coming out and telling the exact story on exactly how it happened, when it happened, how it started, when I learned it, how I learned it, why I learned it, and what I did, that's a lot more respectable. And if I was to look up to a man in my life, I would respect that man for coming out and doing what he's doing than being a little bitch and hiding behind the curtains or whatever it may be. So I understand.
Your intent is right. You're right on. Your intent and what you want to achieve and attacking it and not being silent is commended, and it's 100.
So I know by that and the good graces
your execution is important. So intent is one thing. How you execute on it and how it's perceived is going to be whether you that's my point I'm trying to make, right? So last week when I went live and I invited everybody on, if I just didn't have videos and receipts and video evidence and testimonials, that could have been a disaster for my channel. Because then the community could have said, Pedro is lying. He didn't have anything and he brought all these people on and they showed proof. That would have fucked me. Credibility gone. Mr. BetonYou.
But I could just prove that the exploit works, and that's in itself right there enough to show that you can make more money.
But
and then
I think people have already shown how to do it. So you're late to that game.
But nobody. See, this is where the ignorance comes in again or sorry, I don't want to use that one. This is where the people that came out with the information, like I said, were protecting themselves in what they said, as in they never gave the full structure. They never gave the full explanation on what you can do, the ability and the aim of using the exploit, or I guess, can I ask you, what would be the aim of using the exploit? What do you think it's really used for? And I'll answer the true one right here. I'll give you the cherry.
Based on what I know, it's to get your AR higher without having to take bad orders that you don't want to take. That's how I understand it. And then to get the dash now feature, because you can be above 70%.
Okay, so are you seeing it as the exploits? valuability, or by using it, the thing that you're gaining is that you're only using it to get your acceptance rate up at like at the end of the month. Is that what it is? Is that how you're seeing
if
it?
you're in a diamond zone, you might feel the need to keep it higher throughout because they're telling you they're prioritizing 50 to 69 and then top priority 70 and above. So, and then if you want to get on LOP and you get prioritized for orders, then if you're a higher AR, then you might see that LOP large order before the driver that's next to you. So that's how I understand it.
Okay, so that's like that's the baseline. That would be like the basic way to use it. As in,
I've only known about it since May 8th, and I'm not on LOP, so I would expect mine to be base level. Like I get that.
Yeah. Well. So it's not just to, yes, obviously it's to raise your AR, but that's not like the pinnacle of why you use it. It's not just to raise your AR. It's because you can exploit every single order that hits your phone, and in thus doing that, you can cherry pick every single order that hits your phone. As in, every single order that hits your phone is an acceptance, and you get to see it, and you get to choose if you want to take it or not, and still get the acceptance point. That's the pinnacle of it, and that's what people aren't showing. This is where people they're giving like a little bit of it because they're not being truthful on how they're using it completely. And I seen somebody in here, he did kind of say the ultimate cherry picking exploit, which means he knows how to use it the correct way, so to speak, or using it at its fullest potential.
So it's kind of the irony in you coming on and sharing certain things is I'm getting two different sides. I'm getting a side telling us, hey, we are the minions. We are very base level. You guys don't really understand. There's more to it. So why not keep it to yourself then? If it's only on the base level, why come out and share the full story with people? Because
the amount of slandering that happens amongst groups that don't know what they're talking about and they're bringing my name into it. I'm just gonna close it out. This, not like here, I don't mean that, but like I'm just gonna close it out. If you guys want to think this is what's going on, obviously there's something going on. And like I said, I'm not going to lie about it. And if I'm going to be truthful, then I might as well just tell everybody exactly what it was without hiding anything. And at least my conscience is clean. And I know the smart and the correct thing to do in this point, in this fiasco that's going on, is just to say it all. There's no point to hide any little bit of it.
So if you hit it before, even from people that were paying you $40, how do you think the community is going to respond on anything you say now?
I have a story to tell, and those people that want to listen to it can listen to it.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
And I say this in a way, and it's not 100%. Like, I don't care about their opinion. Yes, I do. Right. We care about an opinion, but I don't care about their opinion if I'm going to tell my story the way it is. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, sure. So are you gonna do a live? You're gonna do a recorded video? What time?
I don't know. I was gonna make a video and like kind of put things together, but I think a live would be better, where people can actually like be within the story as the story is progressing. And if people want to ask a question or whatnot, they can intervene with it and get like specifics on what decision was made at what point, or I don't know. It's just I'm gonna tell the full story, and people are gonna hear it, and people can they can have their opinion. It is what it is. It doesn't change. Sure. Like, I'm not gonna lose sleep over this. It's not gonna change who I am as a person. I'll just say this: I was this person before you guys knew me. Right? It's like I would have taken advantage of any system at any point, and majority of people in life also would find the $5 on the ground and put it in their pocket. Also, they're not going to go pick it up and go, "Whose $5 is this?" Right?
Well, some people would.
You will. There's some people, and that's fine.
There's a lot of people that would pick up a $5 bill around. If there's nobody there, that's different. If you're in a restaurant, I think a majority of people will pick up that $5 and ask the next table, is this your?
Okay, totally, but if you're just out in the park, and you find $5 on the ground, it's going in your pocket.
Sure,
right?
Absolutely.
And nobody's knowing about it. Just like if you stumbled upon an exploit while you were sitting in your car and you were dashing in North Dakota and you found it, you're probably just going to keep it to yourself and continue dashing and making money because you're trying to pay for your shit. You're trying to do your things, and it is what it is.
Yeah. So I can't be a part of any kind of video tomorrow. I got things going on. I'm sure that would be juicy. I can't be a part of it. So have fun with it. I think I've done enough. You've teased, so I obviously you're going to get a lot of watchers on whatever video that you come out with. I can't be a part of it. So take that for what it's worth. I don't know who else could really moderate it. But I can't. So I would consider it if it was done next week, but I can't do it tomorrow. So I just have to say that now so you understand that. So.
Yeah, no, I figured, like I said, I put it on you so quick like that anyway. I didn't expect an immediate response anyway.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so
I appreciate you coming on. Was surprised to see you here. I think the community has a lot of opinions. I think you've laid out some information. So now there's obviously some more questions from some individuals, but for some individuals, you probably helped them and you gave them some info, and they'll be waiting to see the video tomorrow to see what you have to say.
Yeah, this can clear up any of the doubters on what's going on or whatever preconceived notions that they have on what it is, and you guys can hear my personal perspective on what I did, how I did, when I did, and what I did, and why I'm here and what I'm doing. We're all on our own goals. We're all on our own paths. We're all doing our own things. I'm not here to knock anybody. And as much as controversy has happened in this, you still haven't seen Richard drop one video about dipshits, fucktards, assholes, and haters that I don't like, because I'm not that type of person and I'm not going to give them the limelight like that. But what I will do is I will spew the entire story. Their names will be included in it, and then they can deal with the lies that they've told their communities. At least I know my consciousness is clean.
That's fair. I got to say one thing. I got to thank you. I don't know if you realize what you just did, but these back-to-back weeks, anybody got any fucking slander from me, I don't want to hear it. People saying, Richard told you guys were set up. Nope. I knew in May 8th, this is just more credibility. I feel good.
So I can play devil's advocate right here just before we sign off. And this is all in love, Pedro. If you knew on May 8th, why didn't you tell your community and tell everybody?
Well, sure. I talked about
I know.
that
I'm just joking. You don't
no. And that's fair for you to say. I talked about I gave my reason last week.
It's the same thing, right? Perspective of if you had your bodybuilders and you didn't tell them about the certain information. If you knew on May 8th and you let it go until August something, then who was really deceiving whose community and who's being who? Obviously we do it to protect ourselves, and you did it to protect your community. And that was the first thing you said also. And I did it to protect my community also. And you as a creator, I'm sure you understand that. Me as a creator,
but the difference between us is you had a Discord. I didn't. You charged people. I didn't. And you were making videos very differently than I was. So there's some differences there. Right. Mm-hmm. So listen, I'll be watching tomorrow. I'm not going to lie. I'll watch it, probably not live but I'll be tuning in. I'm very curious to see the story. It makes for good entertainment as far as I'm concerned. That's how I look at it. Because I'm past the glitch stuff's like, I'm done with it. Like, it is what it is. But obviously you got more to share. So it's going to be entertainment for a lot of us. And
the people that want to take advantage of it also, we might as well, let's finish out this. Everybody that hates each other and how this community is so divided and so ripped fucking apart. Hey guys, we literally have the key right now to dominate DoorDash. And really, if the video goes so good tomorrow, probably should do a live. I mean, it's already over. Really, it shouldn't be talked about. And really, it sucks that everybody made videos and posted it and put the shit out there. And let's just hope that my video tomorrow doesn't get 100,000 views and it only gets like 4,000 or 5,000 views or so. And
it's not going to get 100,000, bro.
Exactly, but you never know, right? Stupid shit happens sometimes in this world.
Yeah, sometimes.
But yeah, obviously it's not. I expected to get 4,000, 5,000 views or something like that, and maybe even 2,000 something views. But people are going to watch it. I know people want to hear what's going on.
Why not? Okay, hold on. I got a question, and I'm going to let you go. Listen, you charge $40 to help to handhold and to get people to know some knowledge. Yeah. Why aren't you charging $40 to give them all the more information? That doesn't make any sense. You're a businessman, right? So why are you giving out free game tomorrow?
Well, hold on. It goes back to the same thing. I never, ever in my community, from the day one that I figured it out with the partner next to me, which was Ron, I made a truce with myself at that moment. And I asked him also, and I'm sure we were in agreement, but obviously he fucked off with that like a little bitch would do. I didn't say that, but so Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say there because that dude gets me fucking irritated to shit. What were you asking me again? Oh, why would I have not have? Because I didn't want to suck any person into knowing about the exploit, because at such a small people of probably knowing about it, I didn't know the ramifications if DoorDash was going to ban people. And I didn't want you to sign into your account one day and be like, damn, I'm banned. And then I sign into my account and I go, yeah, I'm banned also. And then we both know why we're banned, because I shared information with you that could have gotten you banned on the app, which stops you from making any bit of money, you know, in the future. So that was always my fear from the very beginning of this information, was not to spread it out, because if people get banned, that means you took money from that person's, you know, pocket. But me charging somebody to learn about Top Dasher and how to get their acceptance rate up, a plan to do it, and have like a kind of like, you know, a goal and a structure to achieve, that at least I knew that was honest work, and they were getting results by paying for that, and they would get the results, and they would make more money, and that was good there. But I never wanted to suck anybody into the community or allow anybody within my community to share that information and suck other people into it unbeknownst to them, just because they joined my community. Does that kind of make sense? Right. So that was always my perspective. Just like when, on May 8th, when you figured it out, you didn't make a video on May 8th at 9:00 at night. Guys, look what I just figured out. I've got some sauce for you guys right now. We could really destroy a lot of things. Shit, you know,
because I was told in confidence not to say anything. And that's, if somebody tells me to my face, hey, don't say anything. All right. If I say I'm not gonna, right. So for me, it's not about, you know, then it was like, well, even if I did, it could be harmful long term.
It could be hard for long term, right? So when I told Ron the day that we figured it out, or I figured out how to do it, I said we shouldn't say anything, and it was like, yeah, we shouldn't. And Ron decided to, at that moment, just tell as many people as he possibly could. And when I found out about that in January of this year, I banned him and every single person and deleted my Discord server, all because of Ron's negligence of information flow. And
I've met Ron in person. I mean,
he's a good guy in person. He's a nice teddy bear, but he's a fake ass motherfucker, little snake ass bitch. Just let you know.
Well, those are some harsh words. I think
it is. But I have experience with the devil, and he's not a good person.
I would say if you're gonna say that about somebody, you got to back it up with something.
Oh, I can back it up with. I'll back it up with police reports if you want me to, but I don't need to dox him. Like, just Ron was a very negative aspect of this whole fiasco that happened, and why we see the information at the state of it's in right now, because you have him who infiltrated the negative side. So like all the haters that always hated me, as soon as he fell out with me and I cut him off from sharing information in my community, he instantly went to that community because he needs friends, because he's a loser and he thinks he's going to find friends on the internet. I know you're getting deep here, Richard. I have an opinion too, and you got to let me express my opinion.
You can, but I don't want you, he was on here earlier, and without, I don't want you slandering his name on my channel. You can do it on yours, but I'm not going to have you do it here.
Fair enough.
So I think that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hey, I'll be looking. I'll be watching tomorrow.
Changed a lot of stuff, So
sure. And that's
a big part of what we see.
That's part of your story, and I'm sure people are going to want to watch it. Smart on you for clicking the link, because I think if you made the video tomorrow without this, your views are probably cut in half. So very good marketing, as UDM said. Very smart. I don't think you're a dumb dude. I'll tell you that. But like I said, if you don't handle it right, you're done, bro. I'm telling you. I just know how YouTube is, and it's going to be hard if you don't really attack it head on with 100% facts. So otherwise, it's just a story, like you referenced. Anybody can say anything on YouTube, and then go back on it later, and it's
like this. People are like, Ron told you about it. See, actually, no, Ron is very illiterate in technology, and he doesn't even understand what the internet was before he met Richard. He didn't even know what YouTube was. He didn't even know what cell phones were. The dude's a dinosaur. I taught him everything he knows right now, and I'll share that in the story. You guys will
share that.
This is where like the bullshit that I see that just needs to be squashed, because somebody reads that, and then another. Like I've explained before, one person that doesn't know reads it, then another person that knows doesn't read it. They tell another person that doesn't know, then all three people don't know, and then they tell six people, and then everybody thinks that's what it is, because all of the wrong people told the wrong people, So yeah, just you guys.
What time tomorrow? What time tomorrow are you doing it? Have you decided yet?
I don't know, I'm thinking like 10 in the morning or something my time, which would be
it's early.
10, 11, 12, 1 p.m. Eastern.
So afternoon, late morning, early afternoon, guys. He's gonna
Thinking
come share
afternoon.
the
I'll
story.
pop on a live, and I think the best way is with a live, and then I can look at my YouTube channel, and it'll kind of give me like a prompt to go through each little thing, and people can jump in, and I might even make it so people can join in and yell at me and scream. Well, nobody will kind of yell and scream.
No, I think you'll have some people. So you'll have people. You will have people tomorrow. If you make the StreamYard link, you will have people, and some of them that are watching now, and some of them might be backstage. And I've purposely not let anybody up because I wanted it just to be you and I, because I feel like if we let other people up, it's just going to go stupid.
Yeah,
or it could. And if you want to do that on your channel tomorrow, I think you're going to have that. I think people are going to join your show. I definitely believe that. So, and that's a good thing. You want the clicks and the views. You want to share your story. This is entertainment. It is what it is. But
this is the
man.
greatest. This is the glitch that killed DoorDash. This is definitely what it is, because as this information goes deeper and deeper towards the heads of DoorDash, yeah, this shit's gonna get patched, and that's gonna be a big hit to a lot of people's pockets that have been using this for a long time to make money. Which, feel bad for those people, but at the same time, hey, let's just say what we're supposed to say. Let's multi-app, guys. Can't rely on one app.
We'll see. I'll be watching tomorrow. Good luck.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it, Pedro. I will
Yep.
talk to you later, and see you guys all tomorrow with the Glitchered interviews.
There we go. Man, listen. I don't want nobody coming after me anymore. I don't want it. I don't want no. Listen, y'all ain't got nothing for me. All right. So interesting. I'm sure you guys, the chat was buzzing. I think I saw some support for Richard. I saw some not support for Richard in some of the comments I'm seeing. I don't know. I was past the glitch stuff, but it is what it is. This is Sunday Live. You get what you get. When I open the link to anybody and you are able to come on, you can say what you got on your mind. And breaking news. Those are some hot facts. I am the news of the gig economy. Anybody that tells different is just a fucking imbecile. See, I can do things better than you that aren't even my job. Man, it's hard to be me sometimes. I had to get that dig in there because it's factual, because these are hot facts with Pedro DoorDash Santiago. Whew, that's got to hurt, bro. That has got to hurt. So, I don't know. I'm not going to be part of that. I mean, I'm not joining. I'm not going to mediate. I'm not going to ask questions. I mean, not on that short notice. Plus, I think my name has been attached to it enough as it is. All I wanted to do was clear my name. I've done that. I'm done. You guys could figure out how you want to believe or not believe, and take the information, digest it, say what you feel how you want to feel about it. You're entitled to that. But I don't want my name involved at all. Like, I'm done. I'm done with it. So, man, that feels good though. But I will say this. I don't like, I guess he's saying some people are going to be hurt by this. They're going to make less money. I don't really know why or how, but I don't know all of the glitch, I guess. There's more to it. So it's just, and who knows? Some people are saying DoorDash is going to patch it. They're not going to patch it. There's multiple glitches though, guys. I think what we have to understand is there isn't just one. I know of one other one, and there's other things. This is a game. It's right. It's not like it's AI. It's computer. Think about the games we played growing up. You don't remember getting the cheat code that you would buy at the store, and it had like the cheat codes, press A, B, hold C, blah, blah. We all remember that. All those things come to the light, and sometimes things get patched and sometimes they don't, but this isn't anything new in the world of technology. So I feel fine. I'm still going to make my good money. I'm not worried at all. 0%. I'm going to make my money. I'm going to still do what I got to do. It's cool. And if you are somebody that was using it, I don't blame you. But all good things come to an end, and it is what it is. But I make my money doing other things, and maybe I don't make the most money. I'm not making $6,000 because if I knew the glitch the week I made $2,000 in 4.5 days. That's just a ridiculous statement. I got to say, Richard, I'm not making triple the money. Each market can afford so much. You're not to make $6,000 or $7,000. I mean, come on, like that. That's just ridiculous. I've never seen Richard say he made that much on a video. So that just doesn't make a lot of logical sense. but I guess we'll see. I don't know. I am the official news channel of the geek community. I'm going to crown myself that right now. And anytime I want to drop news and breaking news, this is the place you're going to get it, because the other people are, listen, what was the topic? Exposing the frauds, liars, and clowns. Knowledge is power. I don't think I've ever made a better thumbnail, and I didn't even know what to expect. I think this thumbnail right here in the description is the most perfect thumbnail I've put on in the history of my YouTube career. It is. We did exactly that tonight 3 different times. Oh man, maybe I'm in the wrong business. Maybe I should pivot my channel to like exposing people. I'd probably get more followers. These last 2 lives got a lot of views, but that's just not me. Like, that's not my long-term goal. I want to motivate people. Like, I want to use my tongue for that. But I would probably be really good. I could do other people's job and what they want their channels to be way better than them. And I don't even like this shit. But when you are, Pedro, you can kind of do whatever. It's like, you don't take a lot of L's, you take some L's. I'm only kidding a little bit. But waking up in cold sweats from glitch streams. Let me read some comments. What do y'all got? You guys got some? Look at what somebody says. I'm bragging. I am bragging. I am bragging. What are you talking about? Listen, I'm not from the camp where like you got to be always modest and humble. Sometimes you got to brag a little bit. It's okay. Something wrong with it. You don't do it every day, but sometimes you do it. You're gonna shut other news channels down. Dude was about to cry. Who was about to cry? Yeah, he did. He just admitted he used it. Yep. This is some middle school. This comment right here is everything, because it's very true. This comment right here is the comment of the night so far. This is some middle school shit. I could not agree with you more. Who put that comment in? I don't even know who you are. Cricket? Does that say Cricket? What's the name on that comment? Street Rat Cricket. That's the best comment of the night. And I started my show by saying I'm going to take a couple steps back. I'm going to lower myself. And we went to high school. I'm not high school. I'm a college grad. And we went to middle school for a couple hours tonight. You got to take steps back if you want to move forward sometimes. It's part of it, right? I think that like real forward-thinking individuals like myself and some of you guys understand that. And I'm not proud to have to do that sometimes, but it comes with the territory. It is what it is, right? Interesting. I think I might not make any videos this week. I might just let all this just sit, just let it simmer. I've done it. Like I might go quiet for a while. I might go quiet. Hope you're doing well. My opinion, Top Dasher has really brought out the dishonesty in people to make more money. It's sad. My man Lou, I love Lou and Mary. Let me read this comment. Hey Pedro, lurking while listening to this. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. In my opinion, Top Dasher has really brought out the dishonesty in people to make more money. It's sad. I don't disagree with that. Lou, I appreciate you stopping in, man. Appreciate you and Mary. Hope the daughters, the family are doing well, college, all that good stuff. We don't fuck DoorDash for a minute on some real stuff. I hope you and the family are well. I'm sure you guys are. So if you don't know who Lou and Mary are, go check them out. They're fantastic. So, he is clearly having, what up, Sam? He is clearly having a mental issue. Hopefully someone close to him will notice he needs help. Are you talking about Richard, Sam? Long Island videos are great. Yes, they are so good. Everybody wants a fair and even playing field. I hope they close this glitch off. So my man from Chris Boy from Australia says, oh man, the chat is going crazy. I'll just read it. He says, I hope they patch it up, is what Chris is saying. Thank you. Busy times. I bet, man. Welty says, integrity is what puts you truly on top. I believe that, Welty. Integrity never fails. You might not have good days sometimes. It's hard to have integrity, but when you have it, it always shines through. UDM says, Pedro, this shit got me hearing stuff in my house, bro. So hold up. UDM changed his name back to UDM? I'm confused. Was that the real UDM? I have no idea. I don't know if I'm being trolled or not. My app appealing. What's up? What's up? I've been waiting backstage, says Bobby. Who's backstage? Hold on. I see some people. You know what? I'm going to let some people up. We're going to make this a long, extended. I guess we'll make it a long live. I don't know what else we can say, but I want to get the community's perspective. I guess in some ways I feel good because like Motherfuckers can't talk shit about me anymore. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I've exposed things. I don't want to hear the bullshit, and I'm coming after you if you guys continue, and it could be in a legal way. I don't want to hear that I lied and manipulated and I cheated and I did this and I don't want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. And I will come after individuals that continue to do it because I have a family, I have a brand, I have a business, I have an LLC. I'm not standing for the slander, not doing it. And I'll take care of what I need to take care of before October 1st, because once October 1st hits, it's back to business. It's back to the regular scheduled content on YouTube and the other things we got going on. But listen, let me get this up here. All right. I see Bobby, I see the Driven Dad, and I see Dad Dash. I'm going to let all of you guys up at the same time. That way we're not, if we do one by one, I don't want this to be a 6-hour live. I'm going to let you gentlemen up. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to give you guys the floor. So is this really Bobby? I guess I'll find out in a moment. Bobby, the Driven Dad, Dad Dash. What's on your mind? What's on your mind, gentlemen?
Well,
yeah, it's really me.
Yep, it's
Okay.
me.
Yeah,
Well, I
go
wanted
first.
to, if I could start out, I wanted to point something out, Pedro, which obviously what just happened with Sin City maybe makes this less important. But in my opinion, after, last week, I reviewed and went back, reviewed videos, reviewed everything. And in my opinion, I don't know what your intention was in the community post you put out, but if you go back and watch everything that led to the exposure of the glitch, it was the community post you put out saying if you only knew the real glitch. So in my opinion, that was all around the same time based on what I was looking at was when you found out, when you said you found out. So to me, you did what anybody would do with a 70,000 channel. You're not going to go tell people how to do it and get deactivated. You put a breadcrumb out there and you knew your crowd and you baited them into exposing it. And then everything that happened after that is because of Pedro. So to me, anybody that's coming and saying Pedro didn't do the right thing. I mean, I don't know what your intention was in that community post, but if it was me sitting up there last
if you
week,
want me to be honest with you, I can tell you my intention right now.
Gotcha.
That community post came out on a Sunday, I believe. That we had a Top Dasher glitch that like people were being rewarded Top Dasher. And like people were emailing me, hey, I Top Dasher. And I knew about it at that point.
Right. Which is a positive thing.
I did. I knew about another one. So I wasn't referencing one particular glitch. I was referencing glitches as a whole. Like, because these happen. We talk about glitches with DoorDash. Hey, it's down. DoorDash, we have the DoorDash down detector. It's a glitch. We have this. I can't get orders.
But if you listen to what led to it, like if you listen to the conversation that led to the exposure of the glitch, the individual that exposed it says, I did that because of what Pedro said. So reality is whether that was your intention.
I don't know who's the individual.
Cherry was the one that exposed it. That's when I found out about it. I happened to be listening. I was heading to a Matchbox 20 concert. I listened to Cherry's live at 420.
So that's news to me.
Yeah. See, you probably didn't watch all this stuff. So just to inform you what happened.
That channel.
Cherry exposed it. And he said his intention of exposing it was because you had mentioned it in the community post.
Got it.
So to me, anybody that says Pedro was hiding something, I mean, you did. I understand what you're talking about when you say I'm not going to go tell about this glitch, but you put something out there. So from my perspective, when I'm seeing this, I'm like, Pedro knows his crowd. Like he knows there's people in there that are going to be like, they're going to take it. Now, like I said, I don't know who that was going to be, but he took the bait. He exposed it out there, and then the rest took off. And then, unfortunately, as happened, it got tied to you because of Richard, who doesn't clearly have an understanding of the damage he did at doing the things he did, and in fact, the fact that he didn't tell you about it, and you gave him the exposure that launched his channel, and then he pretty much, was damaging your brand. By him, I mean, you're entitled to be very upset. I don't blame you for not wanting to host, because to me,
I'm not.
I mean, you were the launching pad. You launched him, and you launched him under the idea that he was bringing good good information to the community. And that's what bothers me so much because,
right.
you know, I've talked to Dashers.
I don't think he gets it. I don't think he understands
he does not,
that if he doesn't handle this right tomorrow, his channel's done. I was trying to help him because I'm just a nice guy sometimes, but I don't think he understands that.
And he doesn't get the responsibility that like I understand what he's saying, but he doesn't get the responsibility that individuals like yourself who have a huge megaphone, you know, like people out there are listening to what he's saying and believing that what, you know, he doesn't understand the grind of month after month after month of doing 100 orders. I did it 1 month, you know, I did it in the month of June because I was going on a cruise and I wasn't going to be in a position to schedule like I normally do. And, you know, obviously I keep data and stuff like that. So I'm looking at my stuff and I'm looking at my numbers in the like 30 months previous that I've done, you know, gig work. It was my worst month. It was the first month I ever dropped below $1 a month. And I was like, because I did the week where, when I was going to go off, where I went into my market, which is you know, again, everybody's market is different. And I was like, man, I can't do this month after month after month. And then, you know, I recognize it, but I've talked to people in my community, you know, top dashers, people that have told me, you know, that they've gotten top dasher and ran their car into the ground. And unfortunately, not everybody is intelligent enough to go out and like do things and seek information or track their information or figure out what works for them or what doesn't. But, you know, not everybody is working in the same market. And then they see somebody like Richard coming out telling you it's easy, do it, you know, do your hell week, 20 orders a day. I mean, like, not everybody, that's not realistic for everybody. And people that are, you know, unfortunately, the thing that bothers me is like the people that watch YouTube are not the people like you pointed out that are doing it 4 hours a month. These are the people that are trying to do this to support themselves. And the fact that they're getting terrible information that isn't tested or beta tested or tested as being done is just terrible, because it's just, to me, like, that's not what this should be about. Like, for me, the YouTube community, everything that we're doing should be about sharing information and sharing our experiences. And like I've said before, it's literally a monetized water cooler if we do it right, and talking about experiences. And for him, he put shade on every single creator. And of course, unfortunately, you were attached to him on the first day, so you got unfair shade because.
Well, no, I understand why, though, because I had him on the show, so
but totally, you did that, yeah. But see, he flipped the story on you. It's not what it is, because you went out and you helped him. You helped him grow his channel in a positive way, and then it flipped on you. You know, you did a good thing for somebody, saying, "Hey, I took a guy that nobody knew, put what you thought was good information, and then he got burned by it, and then I've spent." Well, you know, I mean, there's just amazing amount of Pedro hate out there that doesn't even seem logical. But, you know, you're out there getting coined as somebody that's taking advantage of the community, when reality was you tried to uplift a member of the community who was putting forth information that was very interesting. But
yeah, it was interesting, and at that point I didn't believe it, because I didn't see a benefit. There was no diamond zone, there was nothing. So when he ends up doing what he did, you know, it's like it throws shade on everybody that's out here trying to do something helpful or do it right. And he doesn't understand that impact. And I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but I'm just saying, like, he's not a guy who is a mature guy who's looked at the world and clearly cares about other individuals. And that's fine. Not everybody cares about people. I understand that. And he comes from an area where, you're right, the business world doesn't care about individuals. They take advantage of people. And, you know, I have great experience in that range. But for me, when I transferred over to the gig world, it was like, I thought this is a place where we can all network, come together, help each other out, and have opportunities. Like, for me, gig work is an opportunity. Everything is a gig. Like, everything you're doing, from YouTube to the apps to whatever it is. I 100% agree. I look at it the same way. It's
all a gig. Yeah. And to me, like, that's it's all an opportunity to work in. And you know, for him to have done what he, you know, how he did that's just, I mean, that's
yeah.
but I'm glad
I want to get Bobby and Tony's just your thoughts. I guess I do see Roy and Chris. I'm gonna bring you guys up in a moment. I guess I do want to say this though before we get to Bobby. We'll go Bobby first. In hindsight, I guess maybe I shouldn't have put up the community post.
No,
right?
I would say no.
Well, hold on. I think some people would have that argument, and I would not be offended if they felt that way.
I don't think. Yeah, but see, to me, I think the community post was the right thing to do. Like, and maybe it wasn't put up.
You think
no, but I think anybody that thinks that like you have the responsibility that you have to your community, it's the only way you could have dealt with it. Like, because that shows you have a conscience. Like, if you're an unconscious person that says, I don't care about it, you know, you've got several ways you could deal with it. You could break it out to your community and then get thousands of people deactivated if that's what ends up coming. Or you could say to yourself, I'm going to expose it in the only way I can because I know I got people around me that are going to put this, like when I talk about it, YouTube moves. When you talk, I mean, like regardless of what anybody says, when you talk about something, you put a community post out, YouTube moves. Whether people want to admit that or not, YouTube moves. So when you put the community post out there,
I don't know.
YouTube moves.
Yeah. No, I see your point, but I'm just looking at it thinking like, I don't know. Bobby, chime in, man. What are your thoughts on what transpired tonight?
All right. First of all, I did want to confirm real quick that I was actually on that live that Dad Dash is referring to about how this all came to be, and he's correct. That is exactly how that went down. But to be completely honest, you know, because I've talked many times that I don't care about a glitch. I don't even really care about DoorDash, to be honest. But I will say this: what I saw tonight, particularly towards the end, with Richard, to me was absolutely disgusting. I think, and I know that you don't want me to sit up here and just do a bash fest, but I've been very patient and listening for a long time. You know, the fact that he was intentionally deceiving his audience and lying, it shows honestly what a horrible person he is. And, you know, I had a direct issue with all the stuff he said. He came up very narcissistic. Seems like he cares about nobody but himself. And honestly, he should be ashamed of himself to call himself a YouTuber. And the fact that somebody like this is even allowed to have a platform to give information to people when he's clearly been deceiving people the whole time. Honestly, it's disgusting. And I feel bad for everybody that's ever watched that channel that thought they were getting a genuine person when behind the scenes, he was just straight up lying to everybody. And it saddens me. It was just disgusting. And I have no respect for somebody like that. You know, the fact that you can not care about your fellow human that much is just really disturbing to me. And you talk about mental illness and stuff like that. I think he proved tonight that maybe he's got a little bit of mental illness of his own, because that was just very, very disturbing and very egotistical, very self-centered, and shame on that guy. He should be ashamed of himself. So that's really all I had to say.
Tony, what do you got on your mind, man?
Yeah, same sentiments there as Bobby. Because maybe unlike Pedro and Bobby, Ron did tell me after, I don't even remember when it was. It was sometime this year, that this is what Richard does on how he pushes Top Dasher. And I really wanted to release some sort of information about it for his community of people, but I got asked not to. And the reason why I got asked not to is because people are using DoorDash in that way to feed their families. And I have a family and I feed my family. I have LOP. I don't need to use it. So, you know, I was like, I'm not going to ruin whatever they need to do for their families.
Yeah, that's how I felt.
And I did tell Pedro when he was considering bringing Richard back onto his channel, he said that maybe a couple days before he found out from me about what Richard does, and that's why I told Pedro that, so that he wouldn't give Richard a platform to get more views than he should. This guy is a complete a-hole, and he literally said multiple times, I don't care, and he doesn't care about the people that subscribe to him. All he cares about is, I don't even think it's clicks and views. If it's clicks and views he wants, is only because it gains AdSense or standing, so that he can maybe get some sort of promotional deal with some companies. But, and then he brings shade onto all of us YouTubers that don't push Top Dasher or don't do this or that to deceive people into doing things that you don't do yourself. Like, if he was genuine about it, he would make his money using his glitch or whatever, and then use a second or third account that he has and do his YouTube content doing Top Dasher a legitimate way, because he only does like one shift anyways. So if he wants to put out content, he could have put out real content with a real experience on a real account that everybody else had to do anyways.
That's how I feel.
Is
that's
a
how
liar.
I feel. Yeah. He's
I was trying to push him on that. And a fraud, and he doesn't understand how that's where I say, I don't agree with the way that Thomas goes at adding people and calling them out, like saying that you're not a real YouTuber if you're not live streaming and we can see everything you do. But I can understand where he's coming from, because I felt really disgusted when I found out about how Richard deceives the Top Dasher community.
Yeah.
And let me
Tony,
say something else.
I remember, hold on, Bobby. Tony, I remember that conversation we had. And I remember you telling me, hey, maybe you shouldn't have him on. And I remember I didn't have him on because you kind of told me about these things. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to not have him on because I didn't feel comfortable bringing somebody on that at that point I was being told he was lying. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to have that. Right. Like, it's not going to benefit anybody in the community. So that's why I didn't have him on. And I do remember that conversation, and it's I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna have to take some personal stock on this channel as well, because I feel like there are definitely, I opened up with people riding nuts and clout chasing, and I definitely feel like, because I make videos every day, this Sunday live show has been going on every fucking week, and I think there are certain individuals that take advantage of my platform on YouTube, and I allow them to do it sometimes without knowing. And I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that, because I don't want that, because all it does is distract us from what the gig apps are doing or us making money, or you know what I mean. So like I'm at like a crossroads of, if you guys can understand that, because I don't want it to be about that, right? It shouldn't be about that, in my opinion, but I don't know.
Yeah, what were you gonna say, Bobby?
Oh, I just wanted to say, there was one other thing I wanted to add into this. So about maybe 9 months ago, I was actually subscribed to Richard, and I used to watch his videos. And the reason I did that was because, as much as I don't believe in the Top Dasher program, I like to diversify the people I watch, because I like to get different perspectives and watch different content to see, because I can learn things. I could be wrong, right? And I remember there was a particular video that I commented on, because I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said something in the video that I just didn't agree with. So I left a very respectful comment and said, I respectfully disagree, blah, blah, blah. And his immediate response to me was, and I quote, he called me stupid, and then proceeded to tell me that I'm going to stay broke while all the Top Dashers get all the good orders and I get left with the crumbs. That was my first ever interaction with him. I unsubscribed from him that day, because I'm like, if you're going to come at somebody for just having an opinion, and I don't really want to deal with it. And back then I started calling him a scammer and a fraud, because I had started hearing all these things. And all this does is just kind of validate what I thought 10 months ago. So I have a little bit of personal experience from this narcissistic type personality.
I hear you. I just let a couple of more people up. If you guys want to chime in real quick, a little, whatever you think about tonight's stream or any.
Yeah, I find this shit hella funny, bro. First of all, he ain't throwing shade on anybody. You guys know what you do on your channels. So if you feel he's throwing some kind of shade on you and making you look bad, that's an issue with yourself. You need to deal with that yourself. Secondly, why the fuck are all these people? I love these people that say, "Oh, I don't care about DoorDash. I don't care about this," but yet they all seem to have these massive opinions on what's going on and bullshit like that. Second of all, you guys are talking like he's trash, piece of shit human being. Fuck, that's society nowadays. Everybody's out for number one. If nobody has seen that on YouTube by now, that there are people out there just get their rocks off and get their money any way they want, how, that's on you as well, because you're all grown ass adults. You can all do your own business and learn how to do it your own way instead of expecting Pedro to hold your fucking hand or Richard to hold your hand to do it for you. So I don't feel sorry for a lot of people that got sucked into it, because you know what? If you got to have other grown men show you how to do what you got to do, then once again, that's your problem. So I find it kind of funny everybody's so butthurt. You know what? Learn to do shit for yourself. Take personal responsibility, and maybe you wouldn't be so butthurt. Quit allowing other people to dictate how you do your job and how you live your life, and learn to do it your damn self. Because right now I see Pedro with this little bet on you thing. Right now it should say bet on. You should put bet on Pedro, bet on Richard, bet on, because you obviously ain't betting on your fucking selves if you're allowing other grown men to dictate how you do your life. So I just find it funny, man.
I think I understand what you're saying, but when you're being told one thing, but the actions are different, I think people having a right to have a feeling about that and feel like they were led down a path that wasn't accurate. They're watching something and it's like, well, hold up, you're doing this, but you're actually doing this, but you're not telling. So I get your point about how we should be relying on ourselves more than any one other individual. I preach that every day, but if somebody's lying or withholding information, I think it's okay for the community to kind of like feel some type of way about that. Don't you think?
Well, yeah, you can have your feelings hurt, but hey, that's life, ain't it? Don't we all get our feelings hurt somewhere in fashion? So learn to deal with it. Say, hey, I got suckered in. I paid my $40, whatever they paid. Now I feel like a dum because I got hoodwinked, and move the hell on and quit crying about it. All I see is a lot of crying in this fucking YouTube and this chat about, oh, he did this, he did that. Yeah, well, you fell for it. So who, at the end of the day, who looks dumber, him or you? Because you fell for it. So, with that being said, I'll leave it at that.
Chris Boy, what do you got from Australia, man? I know. I don't know what we're doing in America. You guys have this much bullshit in Australia?
No, this is fucking wild watching. So I was editing out my videos for the week last night, having a few beers, and I finished up. I said, cool, let's catch up on YouTube. What's going on? And then I watched your live stream from last week for 3 hours, and then straight into the live stream again today. So I'm really outside the looking glass here. I'm looking in at this because in Australia, AR doesn't mean shit. We have a top dasher program where you can dash anytime, but that's moot because we have an open schedule. You have 30 minutes notice, and you can log in at any point, dash as long as you want. So I can appreciate why it's an issue over in America right now, because you have all these tiered programs. So you do get an edge, you do get an advantage using it, and I think it's disheartening, kind of looking into it, because I think everyone wants a fair and honest playing field out there. I want them to have the same opportunity as the dasher standing next to me. I want them to have the same opportunity as me. And when a glitch like this has came out, giving people an unfair advantage against their fellow dashers, that's not on. It's taking. I want to say robbing the person standing next to you, but to an extent, it is. They're not having the same opportunity as you out there. And when it comes to, I'll keep it short and sweet because I know it's probably the early hours of the morning over there in the States right now. But yeah, no, even when it comes to if there was a glitch known from a content creator perspective, if there's a 1% chance that someone could lose an opportunity in my community from breaching terms of service with DoorDash and losing their opportunity to earn, losing their livelihood. I don't want to share that information. I don't want people to get cancelled on DoorDash because of something stupid that I say online without understanding the impacts. I don't work for DoorDash. No one else on this channel or in this live stream right now works for DoorDash. We don't know the impacts. We don't know if they're going to wipe out and deactivate everyone next week that's been using it. We don't know if they've already been deactivating people. We don't have access to that information, really. We do have a survivor bias, people saying, well, I never got deactivated, so it must be fine. There could be people deactivated from this. We don't know. Yeah, so I think that's something to kind of factor in. That's just my kind of take, guys. I'm outside the looking glass. We're not impacted in Australia from this. We got no interest in using this glitch. There's no edge or advantage to us if we did choose to use it over here. But yeah. That's my take. Interesting. Red, I think you got some thoughts on this. What you witnessed tonight?
Yeah, I've had a lot of thoughts on this for months and couldn't talk about it. So, I mean, some of my very first videos are because I was doing this goddamn hell week. I was in Richard's Discord. That's how I met Ron. Ron filled me in on this glitch in, I think, early March. And I was pissed. Just pissed because, I'd been snowed, not just me, the entire community that Richard had. I did Hell Week right alongside Richard, or so I thought, for months. August, September, October, not November. And I kind of didn't go to his Discord because I wasn't going to be a top dasher anymore. And where am I going with this? I don't know, but I'm pissed.
I get it. You have a personal story, so you were involved.
Ron and I actually went. Yeah. When Ron brought this to me in early March, we were actually going to do a live stream and out it. But we decided that would not be good for the community because we didn't know who would try to use it and what would happen to their accounts. Ron also shared with me that Richard was in communications in writing with DoorDash about the glitch and informing them that there were people who were using the glitch. And so we were afraid that people's accounts would get deactivated. That communication is in writing. So Richard is full of shit. Half of what he said here tonight was disgusting. Like even more because there's more information than what he's saying.
Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Ron, do you want to chime in? I know Richard had some nasty words for you. So, what do you got to say about that?
He can say what he wants. I know what kind of person I am, and I'm not the kind of person that he is. That's for sure. I mean, I shared it with people, and I knew eventually it would get all over YouTube, and it's going to get fixed. But the thing is, the more people that do know, the less likely DoorDash is going to deactivate the people that are using it. They're just going to fix it. So the more people that know, the better. I agree with that. They're just gonna try to fix it, and eventually they will. And when I heard that he was, telling DoorDash because he was sour that basically I was telling people about him, and everybody knew about him, and and for him to say all that shit about me, it's out there that I taught him everything that. He wasn't even a top dasher. He wouldn't have been a top dasher because it was me that convinced him to do that. It's even in his videos he said all this, and now he comes on here and says this shit like he's the Messiah and he knew what the hell he was doing. Man, what the fuck ever. He's just, I mean, he's lost his way, and I really, and I've always said I feel bad for him, and I hope he finds a better path because the one he chose this time was not correct. And I hope.
So let me ask you a question, Ron. Let me ask you a question. This gets patched next week. What does that do to the drivers that have been using it?
They're going to have to go back to the way they were dashing before and making money. I mean, they were alive before. They were paying their bills before, right?
So
I mean, I've been using it for 14 months. So, I would be affected. I would go from my over $3,000 a week to, $2,000 a week, maybe, but that's fine. I don't care. I made that decision when I decided to share this with people.
Right. That's the risk you take. But I mean, but I don't want, let's not gloss over what you just said. You're going to lose $1,000 a week. That's a big deal. Is it not?
Yeah. It's a big deal. It's a lot of money. Yeah, it is. But I can survive just the same on $2,000. I don't need $3,000. I mean, I'm doing just fine. I have one. Maybe that's why, that I don't care if it gets fixed, because I have one foot out the door. I'm going to be getting into trucking. I'm not doing DoorDash forever. Maybe that is probably why I don't care if it gets fixed. I'll be making $1,000 less per week, so I'll have to work a couple extra months when I'm ready to be done. I'll work a little bit longer.
Let me ask you a question, because Welty just brings up a comment. Like $1,000 is a lot. That's a lot of money. So is there really that much of a benefit to this? I mean, we're going to learn more tomorrow, but like he told me in the week that I made 2,000 when I did the Gig Wars official thing, and I worked 4.5 days, made 2K, all I did was stay out longer. That's the only thing. I didn't do anything different how I worked. I just stayed out longer. Right. So and he told me I could have made 6,000 that week. I think that's absolutely insane. I think that amount of money of a difference is.
Well, think about this. If you're able to keep your AR, at 95% and only take orders that have a plus on it, wouldn't you do that?
But
no more of the $5 for 1 mile, even though that's good money, you would still take, because you could keep your AR high, and now that makes sense.
There has to be more to it than that. I know then, because
are you saying you can see the order? That you can see the order, because you can't see. I mean, my knowledge of it is you cannot see the order.
That's my knowledge.
No, I can 100% look at every order and make it not reach my phone. Yes.
But you have an Android, correct?
Yes, but I learned it on Apple. I
have an Android as well. I have Android and Apple. I've tried to.
I first had an Apple, but Apple, it is different. Apple, you can't do as much as on Android, but on
Android, you're saying you can actually see the order, because I mean, there's
absolutely.
I don't have I have a very base level knowledge of everything, but you're saying you can actually see the entire order. Then I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah. I could look at every order and be like, okay, I don't want that one. Let it go, and then get my AR point. And
to me, that's completed order. I abandoned it as something that said, if I got to sit around and take myself off the road to jack it up, I mean, it gets you Dash Now, but to me, multi-apping is in my area with a large area and footprint.
Yeah, everybody that's doing it the forced stop way is just another way that was out there.
Right.
And it's not the way I do it.
Okay, you do it differently.
Yep.
Okay. I see. So there's a different way of doing it. Which, like I said, I mean, I don't. Okay.
Listen, that's the issue I have with Richard at this point, because to me, and I was trying to push him, like, you can't teach somebody how to play basketball and only give them a little bit. You have to teach them all the way, and then you can't make videos on how to teach somebody how to play basketball. But you're lying as you're doing it. So his channel's fucked. I called it earlier. He doesn't see it. Maybe he's too.
And I did not like the way he was doing it. I mean, it wasn't right. And I had conversations with him that I have, in my Discord. I still have all the conversations, and him asking me not to share it, and let's just take advantage of it for ourselves. I'm like, you know what, people, it's gonna come out eventually, so might as well just share it. And he found out, like I said, behind, that I was sharing it with people, and his excuse was he was saving people from getting deactivated. People can make their own choices.
They can. I think sharing it with a friend, in my opinion, is different. And I might get some heat for this, but I don't care. It's different than sharing it publicly with 50,000 subscribers. I think that's very different, right? So
I mean, and the only issue I have with him was he was pushing people to keep a high AR and acting like it was no big deal in his videos. I got no problem not telling everybody. I got no problem. I didn't want, if I wanted everybody to know, I would have did a video right away. Yeah, I would have did a video right away and told everybody. But no, he wanted to lie to people and act like it was easy, and that's what rubbed me wrong.
Well, see, that's what I detected right away because, again, I had no idea about this glitch since it came out in Cherry's live. But I had, as somebody who is tracking everything I do every time I'm out on the road, I called BS on that right away. I was like, there's no way in the world it's as easy as he says it is. Now, I'm not saying, to certain areas, certain places, certain, if I go into Washington, D.C., it's a different dashing experience than it is dashing where I'm at in the rural area. Different. But
that's why I travel to California to dash.
But I knew there was something wrong with what he was telling people. And my issue is just that it's just people hear this stuff, they're desperate, and sometimes
people take your word, and he's saying he doesn't care about people.
They need to hear what Pedro will tell them, and I say, but Pedro says it with a bigger microphone, is, hey, look, it's not for everybody. It's for a small percentage of people, and you need to find something else and get the hell out before it takes everything from you. Because this with the wrong person attempting to do this, it could be disastrous. And if you're trying to put your whole eggs, all your stuff in there, and even myself, I don't have all my eggs in that basket. And some people were critical of that, but that's just because that's not what you should, in my opinion. I mean, after 30 months of doing this, I stand by that decision that says that it's not necessarily where you want all your eggs in the basket if you're not necessarily approaching it in a certain way. If you don't have your hands in other things and you've got to have external things out of it, it's a great place to cash flow money real quick. And give yourself a little base, but it's not the place to say, I'm going to do everything with an app. It's just not, because there's too many factors and too many things going on and too much uncertainty. But it's a great place for you to learn that mindset. Like, it's on me and I got to go out and do it. It's a great thing to start getting that, but you've got to be willing to build outside of that, whether it's building 15 other apps on top of the main app that you're working, or it starts to build you into getting into other things, and challenging yourself to say, how can I earn money in other areas and other ways that can help bring the money I need? But, most people will, if they're looking at this and saying DoorDash is my answer, and maybe it is with the glitch, because I've never used it the way you're saying it. I mean, if there's a way to do that and see every order and get only diamonds, I mean, absolutely.
Well, I'm telling you. I mean, that's why I say.
I don't doubt you. I don't doubt you.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it in his videos. I am not at all in any way suggesting what you're saying isn't true. I do not doubt you one bit. I mean, his videos showed that. But for me, as somebody who's looking at this and saying, wait a minute, I'm doing an authentic experience out here trying to figure out how to do it.
See, but this is part of the issue. He also had videos where he didn't have good days. Right. So that's where did the lies begin? And you see, so when he had a bad day, did he decide not to do the glitch?
Those days.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point. That's my point. So that's a lie. That whole video was a willful
deception of his people.
Because who would go out there and on purpose make less money? No.
Yeah, exactly.
Now I might go out there and try
saying that I'm going to take a few shitty orders today for the channel. I mean, I literally have conversations like that.
You can't do that. You could go out and say, I'm going to test earn by time, and maybe I have a bad day. I've done that because I'm testing something. But you don't go out and make a video and purposely say with intent, I'm going to make shit money to balance it out, basically. And that's where he fucked up. He doesn't understand that.
In the whole perception of what he generated for the community was a fraud. I mean, and that's terrible. Yeah. And that's terrible.
It is what it is. He used my channel tonight to get people to watch him tomorrow. That's his intent, and that's okay. So I will watch to see what the rest of the story is.
Well, the thing is, though, Pedro,
who knows what the lies are going to be.
He used your channel to prop himself up as well, which you have.
Yeah, which is fine. People can
about.
Come on here. But a lot of people have done that, so it's not a big deal to me.
Well, no, but nobody's done that. Like to me, I think it's a terrible situation because it's like it looks like for you, it looked like you were getting the blame of, hey, Pedro was a co-conspirator with this guy. In reality, was what you were doing with him was doing something good. Like you were paying it forward.
I tried to. Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying like he threw complete shade on that, and that's wrong, because that really is outrageous. And then not only did he do that, but he did that to manufacture a fraudulent scheme on his people to say, let me.
Yeah.
That platform I was given.
We lost Dad. Oh, there he is.
Oh, am I on? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we're good. I think basically it's just the whole channel's just lies. So that's why it's not going to be well for him on YouTube. He can try somewhere else, but he's done. I tried to.
I think
his channel's nuked. It is what it is. Unless he comes out with some video facts, some dates. Hey, I did this, and some confrontation and like testimonials. People can't trust anything he's going to say.
I don't see how his channel survives at all.
It can't.
Period.
It can't.
It has no credibility whatsoever with anything he does in the future, unless you just peg it as an entertainment channel.
And that's fine, but
he starts doing like 24-hour challenges or something stupid like that. I mean, but as any type of authentic channel, it's done.
No, yeah. If anybody else has anything, if anybody else has any final thoughts, I'm going to wrap this up. I'll start with Tony. If you got anything, or Red, or Ron, anybody.
No, I'll just say one thing. I'll go ahead.
Oh, I'll watch his stuff tomorrow. I'm interested to see what kind of bullshit he has to say.
I just wanted to say,
people are going to watch.
I wanted to say I tried to help as many people as I could. You know, when he deleted the Discord, I only had the friends that I had from there, the 100 of them. And for those of you that disagree that I should not have shared it with as many people as I did, I'm sorry, but you know, it's just like when we were kids and you play in the games and you got a cheat code, you shared it with your friends. So I shared it. Yeah, and I'm not one bit like, you know, oh, I shouldn't have did it, and I'm going to lose money. I'm just going to go back to the way it was before. So, all right.
And my conclusion would simply be this: is I mean, thank you for putting this on, Pedro. I mean, I think anybody that had an opinion of that you were misusing your position in the community, I think at this particular point, that's done. I mean, I think
I said earlier, if people keep making the same kind of videos saying lie, it's not going to be good for
at
them.
this point. There, you did what you did everything
not going to be
you should have ever done, 100%, and you created you created the area, and you exposed it, and so hats off to you, man. I mean, you did much respect to what you did tonight and last week, and putting the whole thing. And I mean, that's what you need to do when you have one of the biggest megaphones, clearing the air and getting this shit cleared out. So, hats off, man.
We definitely exposed some things tonight. I didn't think all that would happen, but I think that the title of the video is very accurate, so I feel good about that. And we can
100%.
move on and just go on to making money and trying to help people with did the apps change, and we got to keep just trying to help people make money for however long they're in a gig economy. Give them some entertainment. Do some competitive things like Red, what they do over there, and challenges, and make things fun again. And sometimes you got to take a step back to go forward. It happens, but I think this is the beginning of that a little bit, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. And I appreciate you guys for coming on and sharing your perspective. And until next time, I guess. So thank you guys.
Thanks, Pedro.
Yeah, we can all sleep at night. Hopefully, Sin City can learn how to do that.
Yeah, and for everybody that does know me and has known me for months, I've been waiting for this for months, and Tony knows that. So I've been waiting for him to finally be done. I knew it would, and that's exactly what I told everybody. Just wait, patience. Yeah. He made his bed. He'll lay in it. Bye.
There you go. All right, guys. Thanks.
Later.
Bye.
Okay. Man, YouTube is a weird place, man. I see a lot of comments. You guys are just delivering food. What's going on? You guys talking about DoorDash? Hey, man. I don't know. I am if I'm being honest with you, still a lot of you guys watching. I'm not going to stay on much longer, but I'm just going to wrap up with some final, what's that old Jerry Springer final thoughts? I feel like this is Jerry Springer, and I don't like that. I have to say that right now. I don't. I'm very torn. I'm just torn. Like I don't feel good in my stomach. I don't want that to be what this channel is about, and it won't be. This is just a moment. This is just a moment for this bet on you. Like it is what it is. But I guess the positive part is like I live this I know some of you guys fucking hate it. I live this. I have it tattooed on my body. If you met me in Denver or if you've seen me anywhere else, I have the logo tattooed on my thigh. I did that on purpose. I bet on myself every fucking moment of my life, for myself, my family, the people around me. I take it so serious. And I take some L sometimes, and you learn and you grow. So when I see people that are so ignorant of the truth, but they project it as facts or news, I can only stand by so long and not say something. So we exposed 3 individuals tonight, as far as I'm concerned. And maybe Richard has something, and tomorrow he redeems himself. It's possible, I guess. I don't know. Yet to be seen. But people that want to just feel so low that they have to attach themselves to bigger creators to get clout, to get views, to get our attention, that's always going to be a thing. Always. But there's a good way to handle it, and there's a bad way to handle it. If these guys keep handling it in a bad way, from now until October 1st, I'm coming after you, and I will expose you, because I believe the community deserves to know the truth. So if y'all want to question me on my truth, my lies, my manipulation, you fucked with the wrong dude. Okay? You messed with the wrong individual. Because I have a crazy mix of a lot of things. And I'm not really good at any one thing, or I'm not great at one thing, but I'm really good at a lot, actually. And I got facts and people to back it up. So if you're coming for me and trying to take food off my plate, and you're coming for my brand, and you're coming for my channel, and you're coming for slander, and you're making lies and making videos that are not true to get my attention, you're going to get it for a moment, and your 15 minutes, I'll start the clock on your 15 minutes. I can be that petty sometimes, because I need to move forward, but I can't let things linger for a long period of time, especially when it's slander and defamation on my name. I will not stand for that. I could stand for it last year, the year before. The channel's continuing to grow. I have deals and partnerships. I'm going to be doing some great things in November that you guys are going to see. I'm going to be in Cleveland in November doing some awesome stuff that I haven't even talked with you guys about yet. And I am not going to allow any individual to get in the way of that, or to have anybody question my name. I'm not a perfect man. I've done a lot of stupid shit, but the stuff that I talk to you guys about with DoorDash and things like that is all real and all transparent. So I'm not having it. So exposing the lies, the frauds, the clowns. Appreciate everybody that showed up tonight, whether we agree or disagree, or whether you were exposed or not. I appreciate the time. I can't have these lives without interaction and people clicking links in the live chat. And I'm sure I missed a lot on the live chat. But interesting night. This is a lot longer of a live. What time is it? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's 2 o'clock on the East Coast. So we've been on for 4 hours. This is one of the longest lives we've had, right? But I feel torn. I don't know. I don't know. We took some steps back, but we're going to move forward. It is what it is. Can't wait for October 1st. It's a big day. If you know, you know. It's a very big day, actually, for me and my family. It's a big day. So I'm going to keep making content. I got some ideas, but at the end of the day, I'm out here grinding, man. This week I made I made 1,008 this week. I worked 4.5 days. Didn't work Friday night. I worked a little bit Friday night. Didn't work yesterday. Didn't work today. So I'm working a little bit more in the gig economy, but that's part of the flexibility of being able to turn the apps on a little bit more. I still value the gig economy. in that regard. I still think it's a good way to make money, glitch or no glitch. We'll see what happens. I think it's going to be interesting. I think this live gave a lot of individuals a lot of content we're going to see this week. Last week, I saw a lot. I was looking for content. People were attributing me. I was actually like seeking it out. This week, I will not do that. So any video that's made that talks about me or a reaction to the live or this or spinning it, I will not watch any of it at all, because I'm putting, I've already exposed the people that I needed to expose. So have fun with that. It'll make for good entertainment. YouTube is entertainment. We need to keep reminding ourselves that. But when people come at you and attack you, you have to be ready for them to stand up and fight and protect themselves. So if you want to step in the ring and put the gloves on and taunt people, if I step in that ring and put my gloves on and put my mouthpiece in, you need to be ready to be smacked in the fucking mouth. I don't want to have to do it again, but I will if I need to. See ya.